Big W's for both.
No lube, just straight raw, right into the live.
That's right. Just slip right in. We're trying to get Sean in here. Sean literally just got into the guest box, and they're not loading, which means either they requested by accident or they've got that Holy Spirit Wi-Fi, which never seems to connect. Um, we'll try to get Emmett in here. We'll see who connects first. We'll have a Holy Spirit foot race, just like when John and Peter had a foot race to the tomb. It looks like Emmett won. Thank you, Jay, for the hat. I appreciate that. Emmett,
Hello.
welcome in.
Now, I want to start off by saying I'm not a believer, but I hear a lot. I watch your live almost every day,
My man,
and I
we're
want to
looking
say
for
everyone
believers.
always asks you why are you up here doing this,
I do it because
and
I
you
live in
just
a
hateful.
country that's full of people
Yeah,
that thinks that they need to make my children believe this nonsense, and they
yep,
need to
I
enact
agree.
laws based on this nonsense. And so I live in a country where people believe this stuff, and they feel like it's their right to force it
Yep.
on others. So the easiest way to dismantle the thing is to actually deconvert people.
Well, what I agree with you, and what I wanted to say,
Right.
not only
But
that is
Emmett, thanks for
people
being
don't people
thanks
don't
for
under
being here, Emmett. Appreciate you. We're just looking for debates, okay? John, welcome in. John,
I didn't mean to come in.
I got you. Don't worry. I got you. We're gonna get somebody. All right, we got Taylor Made
Hello?
Somebody.
in the box. Welcome in, Taylor Made. Parker, thank you for the
Yo,
hats. Taylor Made, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
yes, sir.
Fantastic. Do you think that? Well, you're a Christian, right? I think we've talked before. You might not remember, but I remember your screen name. Are you a
Oh,
Christian?
yeah? Yes, sir.
That's what I thought. Okay. Do you think that your God is demonstrable?
Can you explain that?
I think there's evidence for your God existing in real life as opposed to just being imaginary. Also, CB, thank you so much for the $10 over Venmo for NyQuil so I can feel better. I appreciate that. I did take some Dayquil. So I'm a little bit floating in the clouds today. We'll see what happens. If there was ever a day where the playing field is leveled between the atheist and the believer, today's the day. All right. So Taylor, you believe that your God is demonstrable? Yes.
Like, do I got evidence?
I mean, is there any reason whatsoever why I would want to believe what you believe?
Of course.
Cool. What would be the evidence that would lead me to the conclusion that you have?
I'll say creation.
Creation? Well, creation was created by Doug.
Yo, why is
You
it?
didn't know
Hold
this?
on. Can, can you hear me? It's echoing. Can I? How do I
So,
stop the echoing?
it sounds to me like the echo's on your end. It's not on my end.
Try opening
Hold
up a
on.
different app and then coming back, but do not exit out of TikTok. Thank you, CB, for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much.
A big
Win
WCB.
CB.
Big W for CB. We appreciate that, CB.
Okay, Justin.
Hmm.
Honey, Jensen, and chamomile are going to be your friends.
Oh, yeah, I already did.
Hello?
Yeah, we're with you, Taylor Made. Can you hear us?
Yeah, sir.
Fantastic.
What's up?
All
How you
right,
doing, brother?
back with reality. Fantastic. Okay, so what would be the evidence that your God is real and not imaginary?
Creation, brother. It
Oh,
just,
how do you
I
know
just
that?
can't see.
How do you
I
know
can't see
that?
everything just coming here by itself. Like, it's just random.
Well, it didn't just come here. Everything's always been
What it
here.
came here.
It didn't come here.
What do you mean everything's just been here?
Matter, space, and time is infinite and eternal. It's always been here.
Can you prove that? Can you prove that to me?
Well, I mean, I can give you evidence for it.
Where's the evidence? Show me the
So
evidence. Not something on the internet or just telling me I need to see physical evidence.
I'm sure you do. So we got a couple problems. First, when you go to the whole prove me nonsense, you can't prove that there was ever nothing, can you?
What?
Can you prove
I,
or provide evidence that there was ever nothing?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, you
I think
believe that there was once nothing except for your God, but that disagrees with the actual scientific observations. We have no scientific observation that would suggest that there was ever absolutely nothing. In fact, we know, like you and I both agree, that something can't come from nothing, right?
Yes, sir.
So if something can't come from nothing, then something always existed. Do you agree?
Yes, that's Jesus, God.
I am sure you believe that. Okay, so the thing that I think always existed, I can point to. I can show it to you. Can you show me the thing that you believe that's always existed?
Show me it.
You're literally
Show the live.
you're literally looking at it right now.
What is that?
The universe. The universe has always existed in some shape.
Can you prove that to me?
You're,
Can you show that
you're,
to us?
You're looking at it. I just gave you a rational reason to believe that the universe has always existed in some fashion. Are you aware of the scientific principle, the conservation of mass and the conservation of energy?
You're just telling me stuff you have read, but you haven't.
I'm giving you
experienced it yourself.
scientific principles. Do you know about the conservation of mass and the conservation of energy?
So you're going off of other men.
I'm giving
what they
you
said, right?
some
So
scientific principles. Do you disagree with the
Okay,
conservation of mass and the conservation of energy?
So what's the difference between me going off of somebody telling me about Jesus?
Because
Because it's not a science. Just because it's not a science.
is Jesus testable? Is Jesus testable and observable?
You have people that witness him.
Can we
You
test
also have.
what?
I was going to say you also have people who witness their own deities. You're not special. We don't go off of personal experience.
Yeah, it's certainly not a unique thing. We can talk about your eyewitnesses, though. So the fact of the matter is, science is based on testable and observable things. Can we test and observe Jesus?
No, but can you test that the science is what they're saying is true? Can you test
Yes.
that right now?
Yes, we can.
Show me
yes,
the test right now.
I don't know if you
And the
can stop
results.
talking long enough to let me answer your question, but I'm going to try. So, are you aware that matter cannot be created nor destroyed? Same with energy. Although energy doesn't technically exist, energy is it's a measure of an attribute of physical stuff. So, are you aware of this scientific principle?
I don't know all that stuff, but go
I know
ahead.
you don't. You didn't pay attention in science
Explain it.
class. Okay, so what happens when matter breaks down into smaller particles?
That's what I'm asking you. I just told you to explain.
I know, and I ask you a really simple question. What happens when matter breaks down into
I'm not quite
small...
sure, sir. Can you please
Okay.
explain it?
Yeah, okay.
Please.
So it'll eventually break down into the subatomic particles and then into fundamental particles. The most fundamental particles, like gluons and quarks and things like that. Those particular pieces of what we might say matter or stuff, those can't be destroyed. We can't poof them out of existence, and we can't poof them into existence. They just exist. We have no reason to believe that these can no longer exist. Now, it might be true that when I die, I don't actually exist anymore. But the fundamental particles that make me, those particles will always exist. In fact, we've got somebody here who might have something to say about that. Welcome in, Dr. Blitz.
Hi.
It's awfully late for you, isn't it? Or is it early for you?
No, I'm in the U.S. right now.
Blitz in the house.
Oh, he's in the
Hello,
U.S.
Mr.
Fantastic.
Blitz.
Yeah, I'm actually hopping on a plane in 5 hours. So
Fantastic.
Hi, Mr. Sidekick.
All right, so Dr.
Oh,
Blitz
I'm the
has a PhD. Can you tell Taylor a little bit about your credentials?
I have a PhD in physics. I'm currently a researcher in physics. I'm published internationally in physics and mathematics. I don't know if that is that enough. And so you don't have to hear it from anybody about this is what a scientist told you. You can hear it from the scientist if that helps.
Let's get Win Dr. Blitz in chat.
Show me evidence, Dr. Phil. Dr.
Yeah.
Mills.
So
I need to
evidence.
see it. Can you pull
is
your
it-
screen up? Can you
is
show
it-
us?
Yeah. Which specific thing are you asking for evidence for?
That the Earth was here.
Nobody's made that claim.
My man said about the Earth has been here forever,
No, I didn't.
or the galaxy, or whatever.
Maybe the universe.
The universe.
So,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
I
Can you show me that?
so That there is no consensus about the age of the universe. So,
Alright.
but I can give you models that describe a universe existing forever, if that's helpful. I can give you data that supports that position, if that's helpful. I can show you something called the quantum eternity theorem, which has that as a conclusion, granting that you accept quantum mechanics as a real thing, if that's helpful. It depends on what kind of evidence you're looking for.
So do you physically have this evidence, or is it just
I have it in a Google Doc. So
a Google Doc?
yeah.
Taylor, do you know what evidence means? Do you think
I don't
that
understand
that
this.
all forms of evidence is like made of physical matter that you can hold in your hand?
No, I want to see the evidence.
Can
that
you
has on paper.
Can you show me the evidence that you have for your God?
Look at yourself in the mirror, brother?
Yes, that's nothing about your God. That just means I exist, and the atoms and the individual particles that make up me will exist after I expire. They're not going anywhere.
So then, how did humans come into play? How did randomly just humans come into play onto Earth? So you saying humans exist beyond Earth?
No, no one said that. I think you're having a little bit trouble tracking. Do you know what evolution is?
So you'd rather believe
This
evolution
guy-
over somebody creating the world?
Yeah,
That is
because we have
crazy.
evidence of evolution. We don't have any evidence of your creator. What's the evidence for your creator?
I just told you. Were you not paying attention?
Yeah, the evidence for your creator is look out the window, but that's not actually evidence. That's a really dumb thing to say. So what's the actual evidence
it's a dumb
that
thing.
your creator exists? Because right now, when I look out the window, I see something that is a product of nature that evolved over time.
Okay, so how's this nature just? Can nature produce that what humans need, knowing that human need some type of nature?
It doesn't.
Have you ever-
Like,
It doesn't
as in
produce.
water.
It doesn't produce
water,
the thing
the
that
earth
we
produces water.
need.
How does-
We evolved
water.
alongside. No, it doesn't produce that because we need it. We exist because what we need is in our environment. So we are a product of our environment, which just happens to include everything that you see right now.
Taylor, can I maybe use
Just-
an
did you just
analogy that
say-
might be helpful? Taylor, can I explain with an analogy perhaps? Might help.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Dr. Phil.
Wait, why do you keep calling him Dr. Phil?
I don't know. It's a joke. It's fine.
Taylor, are you 12
so-
years old?
So have you ever seen a puddle? Like a puddle of water
Sir,
after it
yes,
rains?
sir.
Okay, so like when you look at the puddle, it looks like the puddle is perfectly shaped for the water in it, right? It looks like it's an awful big coincidence that like what are the odds that it's shaped exactly as it is so that the water can fit into it? But you're thinking about it the wrong direction. The puddle already existed and then the water filled it in. It's not like the water existed and then it found a puddle. In the same way, Earth existed. There were certain conditions on Earth. Like there was a certain amount of sunlight, a certain amount of water, a certain amount of nitrogen, phosphorus, oxygen, hydrogen, a certain amount of these things. And so the only things that could evolve to fit onto the Earth are things that use those
Wait, so
substances.
Okay, so you said, what did you say? You said the sunlight and all
Yeah,
that stuff
sunlight,
was here
hydrogen,
first. Was
oxygen,
here first.
nitrogen, phosphorus.
You saying that was first, right?
Yeah, all that stuff pre-existed life. Yeah.
Okay, so now let me tag onto that. What did God say? What did he do in the beginning?
In the beginning, he created he separated the heavens and the earth or something.
You see where I'm going with
Are you
this?
trying to
Wait.
cite Genesis 1?
I think
Genesis
he's
1 gets
trying
the order
to.
wrong.
Yeah, Genesis 2 is out of order. It's anachronistic.
As is Genesis 1, by the way. Genesis 1 says that there was light before the sun existed, which, doesn't make any sense, right?
It also says that rivers existed before rain, which is not possible. The specific rivers listed are a product of rainfall.
Yeah, how does day and night exist if there's no sun? Like, how does that work?
That's God, buddy. That's God for you.
Oh, it's
So wait a minute,
magic. It's magic, Blitz. Didn't you know about God magic?
Well, unfortunately. So is it possible for there
Dr.
to be
Phil,
a daytime?
It's greater than any science you can imagine, brother.
I'm sure.
Think of
Can you prove
being
that?
fine. Go look out the window.
I did, and I see
I don't have any
evolution.
windows.
What do you see? You see beautiful.
I see a
creation, right?
product of evolution.
You think our bodies are just randomly just made the same way every time? Our bodies need water, like I told you. We need to eat.
Yep,
You think
and
it just happened?
yeah,
You think
it quite
just happened
literally,
that way
it
without a
quite literally,
design?
yes,
Somebody.
it quite literally did just happen without a design. That's the whole theory of evolution.
That's weird, brother.
That's not weird. That's how evolution works. I'm sorry that you failed science class. What's the evidence that what's the
You're
evidence
saying-
that your sky
You're
fairies?
saying.
Don't get excited. What is the evidence that your sky fairy is real? Just saying look
You're
outside. Just saying look outside
Look at
doesn't
your
solve
story compared
anything.
to my story.
I don't have a
at
story.
your
My
story
story
compared-
is scientifically.
Your story is saying
Mine
that-
is scientifically evidenced. Your story is complete gibberish. It's nonsense. That there's a
Where do you think
God
science come
who
from?
created mankind and then created his own enemy, and he created mankind to sin, and then when they did sin, he got pissed off. And then, in order to satisfy his own wild requirements of blood sacrifice, he sent himself to sacrifice himself to himself rather than just changing the rules. Nothing about your religion is sensible.
Okay, sir. So, Mr. Dr. Phil, since you know everything,
My name's not Dr. Phil, and neither is
talking
Dr.
to Dr.
Blitz.
Phil.
His name's not Dr.
Okay.
Phil, and if you keep calling him Dr. Phil, we'll eventually just have to start calling you names. Do you want us to call you names?
hey, call me names.
Okay.
I don't care.
I got a couple of them.
Say what you want to say.
Marshmallow brain, koala brain, illiterate, annoying.
Annoying because
Thank you, Delilah, for the $10 on Cash
I'm
App.
cooking all three of you.
You're not
It's
cooking
pretty
anything.
Where you
I'm cooking
literally
you. Y'all are scared of me.
The
right
only,
now.
Okay,
Mac,
listen
thank you
to
so
me,
much for all the
princess.
hats. Big W,
You're
Mac. We
literally
appreciate that.
only listening to respond. You're not listening to actually have a genuine conversation. It's not our fault that you're in your feelings because we're going against your deity. I've dealt with younger Malakis that believe in the scripture that have more respect than what you have shown the first 5 minutes you were up here. So with that being said, show some class, or do you lack it?
I don't think he's got any. We're still waiting for the evidence that your God is real. And the best you've been able to come up with is look at the trees. Is that the only thing you have?
Because you guys are telling me how do you think
Is
science got
that
here?
the only thing that you have is look at the trees?
No, I'm telling you, how do you think science
It's
got
a
here?
yes or no
It's
question. Is that the only evidence you
no.
have? Okay,
No,
so
it's
then
not the only
please
evidence.
go ahead and present some kind of evidence other than look at the
I'm gonna tell
trees,
you.
because it's not actually
tell
good
you.
evidence.
How do you think evidence got here? That means somebody left evidence for humans to see that something was created or how something was created.
Who
That means evidence
who
had
left
to
it?
be- God.
And how do you know that to be true? Yolanda, thank you for the 666. He should have. Yolanda says he
It's
should have been
something-
swallowed. I agree. Guess should have been swallowed. So science doesn't agree with your position. We're still waiting for actual evidence for your God.
First of all, if you understand and you read the Bible,
I have. I've
never
read it
based his
front to back.
Okay, so then you will understand God never based his relationship off of evidence. He's never been that type of guy.
I could
Because
care
he-
less,
people
and
believe
you're
like
wrong.
this, and God will never.
Taylor, you're wrong. Have you actually read the book? Have you read all the times where God revealed himself to the people that were faithful to him? How he revealed himself to Abraham? How he spoke to Jacob audibly? Are you not aware of these encounters?
Go ahead and set the new life goal, baby. You hit your last one.
The greatest men of faith in the Bible and the greatest women of faith all had personal encounters with your God. So I'm still waiting for the evidence that your God is real, because so far the only thing you've said is look at the trees and the Bible. What about the Bible proves that your God is real?
I highly doubt he's read scripture. He also has red bars.
Yeah, he's got that Holy Spirit connection. It's really weak. Dugald, thank you for the paper cranes. Big W, Dugald, we appreciate that. What does he know he's muted? I didn't mute him. Hanji didn't mute him. He accidentally muted himself, and now he can't get unmuted or something.
I mean, if he doesn't unmute, we can just go ahead and.
And he
okay,
dropped.
That's better.
And he ran. Okay. Remember, he cooked.
Bye.
He cooked, guys. He came up here and he cooked with "Look at the trees."
He made cereal. That was his cooking.
He cooked himself?
Yeah,
Also, nice to see you, Dr. Blitz. You are more than welcome to stay up here if you want.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
yeah, Blitz, you're
No
always
problem.
welcome. We're glad to have you in the house.
I just got some time to kill before I gotta hop on a plane. So,
Guys, if you're not following Dr. Blitz yet, make sure you do. John is in the house. John, how you doing?
I'm good. I've been sitting back here listening, and I mean, you guys seem very versed in your craft. I had a couple questions.
Are you a Christian?
I am.
Okay. Do you think that there's evidence for the Christian God being real?
I do.
Okay. We'd be most interested in that evidence.
Well, I mean, you talk about string theory, quantum theory, you talk about the universe.
don't do it. Don't talk about those things.
Well, that's the thing is, I mean, we see the evidence.
Don't do it.
of
Do you have a background
creation.
in science, John?
I read a lot. It's just, my thing is, I've met the Lord face to
I'm
face.
sure you have. And Hanji, tell them about the gods that you've met.
Oh, I have met the Greek gods and I have met the Egyptian gods because I am a Hellenic Kemetic. So,
Yeah. Do you believe that the Greek gods are real?
Well, I mean, if you look at the consensus of
John, do you
Christian-
believe that the Greek gods are real?
Will you let me finish my answer?
Are you gonna
Are you just gonna
are you
keep cutting me
gonna
off?
are you gonna
respond?
answer the question or are you gonna ramble?
I'm in the process of answering.
It was
but you keep
a
cutting
it
me
was a
off.
yes or no question. Do you believe that the Greek gods are real?
I'm not going to play your little political hat game. You're either
It's
going
not
to
political.
where is political?
Let's get
where?
some baby bottles in the
asked-
chat for this one. Wow, he couldn't
you asked
answer
me a
a simple
question.
yes or no question. My
You
goodness.
asked me a question, and you followed up with another question, which is not going to answer the question, which I was answering.
I
the
asked
question to
you
begin
one
with.
question.
You did, and I was in the process of answering your question.
Is
but you
your
cut me off
is your
with another
answer
question.
going to include a yes or a no?
Yes, there
Okay,
are
I'd love to hear it.
Okay, little g gods, because God says
Little
that there
g
are many
gods.
gods that He created, right?
Incorrect.
Okay, so they're not real
Yes.
gods.
It's funny
well,
that they
I mean,
say
if
that-
you consider they're from a celestial, non-linear plane from ours, yes. then-
Fantastic. How do you
then
know
they
that your
wouldn't be
God
gods.
is the real God and that the gods that Hanji saw were lesser gods?
Well, I was curious about that. I don't know. So, how
But
did
there you
she
go.
meet them?
So
Well,
what?
I mean, how did she come into contact with them?
Well,
I'm curious.
we don't really care. We're here discussing your particular God. So you made the claim that you know God personally because He revealed Himself to you. But
He did.
I know people in every religion where their God or gods revealed themselves to them. So if I believe that your God is real because your personal experience, then I have to believe everybody else's personal experience.
I mean,
so-
that'd be correct if you wanted to be logical.
Yeah, that's
I
literally what I
understand
want
that.
to do. Yep.
I understand that. Now, you said like matter, right? You were talking about matter a little while ago. I asked myself the question: if matter can neither be created nor destroyed, correct?
That's
You talk about subatomic particles.
that's my theory.
Okay, so where did the matter come from and energy come from the Big Bang to begin with, unless someone had the authority to create it in the beginning?
Well, again, that's not my claim that it came to be out of non-existence.
Right.
Do you understand that if something always existed in one particular form or another, then it doesn't come to be, it just is?
How can something exist forever with entropy?
Why can't it? You mean entropy, and I don't think you understand what entropy is. Do you know what
Okay, I'm
entropy
done with
is? Have you ever read a thermodynamics book?
Well, I mean, considering that everything in thermodynamics and everything you guys discuss and learn in your doctorate is theoretical anyway, and most of it is just
That's
proven
not
through
true.
theory and mathematics.
That's not
Do you-
true at all.
Do you
Okay,
do you
it
think
can
that
the
do you
speed
think
of
that we
light be
don't do
measured?
experiments? Do you
Yeah.
think that we don't do experiments?
Well, some experiments have been proven, but a lot have not.
No. Do you think that as part of getting a degree in physics, do you think that you just don't do any experiments, that you just like read textbooks all day?
Well, you have to do your practicums. You have to do, you have to have proof for your theories to be proved, correct, and your mathematics to be proved.
No. So we're talking about experiments. Experiments confirm or either validate or invalidate models. If we're talking about mathematical theorems and theories are different, then you can prove theorems.
Okay. Right.
But these are separate things.
Justin, set up a new goal, hon.
Yeah, thank you. Also, on top of that, listen, you don't understand what the word theory even means. Here's a textbook. This is an electrical theory textbook. Do you think that electricity is real, or do you think that it's just a theory?
Well, electricity is electrons.
Do you think that electricity is
magnetic
just
field.
a theory, or do you think it's real? Gabby, thank you for the subby. I appreciate that.
No, it's definitely real.
Okay. So as it turns out, theory doesn't mean that something is fake or real. Theory just means there's an explanation for something.
Thank you to whoever sent me the microphone. I didn't get a chance to see the name.
Okay, so just saying that it's a theory doesn't help you at all, because theories are grounded in like scientific observations and facts.
Well, they are, but a lot of them have not been proven.
Do you think that
All of them are still theories.
they're
Give an
not?
example?
Okay.
Like which
give
one?
me, like most of them.
Like what? Name
So
one.
like which one?
Okay, so scientists claim they know the speed of light square, but they do not, because no one knows the speed of light square. That's a simple theory.
Wait, we know what the speed of light is.
No, it's
It's
fact.
it's 300 millimeters per second or so.
No, it is not, because if you look at the experimentation they use, they come up with the speed of light. It's not the true speed of light.
It is. It's fairly easy to measure too. It was first measured in, I want to say 1728 by Jacques Hippolyte Fizeau. I might be getting the dates wrong, but it was a guy whose name was Fizeau, I think. But yeah, it's like 300 millimeters per second.
No, it's
It's been known to be about that for like 300 years.
It's a published thing they teach in school. It's not.
No, you can do the experiment yourself. It's pretty easy. In fact, actually, and this is for everybody watching, there's a
Measure
great
a proton?
YouTube creator. There's a great YouTube creator named Alpha Phoenix who actually reproduced the experiment that was first used to measure the speed of light, just using like modern equipment, like a drill, like a power drill, and some like 3D printed stuff. And he was
Right.
able to measure the speed of light within like a few percent.
Does gravity have a control on the speed of light?
No, the speed of light is always the speed of light.
So you're saying space-time doesn't bend upon a
Space-time
gravitational
absolutely bends, but light always
Okay, does
travels through. Light always travels through space-time at the fixed rate. Definitionally, actually.
field? Okay. I'll have to look at that, because I don't think you're right.
You know what a real theory is that's unproven?
What's that?
That your God is real.
Yeah, but unlike you, I'm not going to die in my misery without hope and faith, so I'm okay with it.
Do you, I have faith that you live in your grandma's basement. Is it real?
Actually,
Goblin, thank you for the hand hearts.
I have a 25-year career.
John,
defending
that wasn't my
people
question,
like
and
you.
nobody cares. I have faith that you live in your grandmother's basement. Is that a true thing?
I'd hope
Hey,
not.
I gotta run. My wife just got home, but thanks for having me.
But it's great to see you,
have
man.
fun, Blitz.
Cheers,
Thank
man.
you for being
Take
here.
care.
See you. Tell wifey I said hi.
Yeah, so
Thank you, Goblin.
just having faith in something doesn't make it real.
No, but you still can't explain it away.
I mean, I can.
Because-
I can explain
No,
your
you
God
said-
away really easy. You want to see me
you
do
said-
it?
I already told you. You confirmed that energy can neither be created nor destroyed, right?
That's not
So
what
where
I'm
did it come from?
claiming. I can explain your specific God away very fast. The Atheist Bulldog, thank you for the 5 subbies. I appreciate that.
Where did the matter come from?
I can explain your specific God away really fast. Would you like me
No,
to
you
do
can't.
it?
You could try.
Yeah, because the book that your God supposedly published is full of holes. It's full of failed predictions. It's full of
Well,
nonsense.
Give me one felt thing.
Sure. In fact, I've got some right here.
I'm interested.
I'm sure you are. All right, let's go to Joel chapter 3. Do you have a
Okay.
Bible?
No, I don't currently on me.
I'll put it on the screen.
Okay.
It's from the prophet Joel. Look what he says about Israel. So you shall know that I, the Lord your God, dwell in Zion, my holy mountain, and Jerusalem shall be holy. Strangers shall never pass through it.
Okay.
It's
I
weird.
know exactly what that's talking about.
On that day,
Okay.
so
I know exactly what that's talking about.
yeah, this is the restoration of Israel after the Babylonian captivity. Have you read the book of Joel? It says Egypt Egypt shall become a desolation, and Edom a desolate wilderness, because of the violence done to the people of Judah, in whose land have shed innocent blood, so on and so forth. Obviously, that never came true. We can also look at all of the failed predictions by your supposed Jesus.
No, you don't know what you're talking about.
I do.
That is during the time of Babylon. Yes, it is. But it's talking about the rule and reign of Christ on earth.
Thank you, Goblin, for the 666 on Cash App.
Did it say anything about Christ in that prophecy?
The whole Bible is full of Christ.
It's quite literally not. In fact, Jesus fulfilled exactly 0 prophecies.
Now I know you're full of it. So let me.
I'll bet you money. I will bet you money.
Told him to shut up.
Where'd he go? He's googling
Yahweh told him to shut up.
He's googling the fulfilled prophecies of Jesus right now. I guarantee it. That's exactly what he's doing. He's gonna learn today.
You gonna learn today? You gonna learn today?
Is he going to come with Psalm 22 or Psalm 53? Or he's going to come either Isaiah 53, Psalm 22, Isaiah 7. Those are like the 3 most popular. He might come up with, I don't know, something from Zechariah. Zechariah is popular.
He's going to come up with Isaiah. Also, guys, let's go ahead and tap the screen. Let's see if we can get hosts up to 100K likes. We are in the first hour, or within the first hour.
Philo Dragon, thank you so much for the car.
There was a car.
Yeah,
I missed it.
You missed it. Philo Dragon for the car. Thank you so much.
Phil. That is dope.
John, welcome back.
Yeah. Look.
So which prophecy did Jesus fulfill?
Well, number 1, he fulfilled that when the decree went forth to rebuild the second temple, which would have been the king, right?
He was never a king, so that's a failure point. You want me to just tell you all the ones... You want me just to tell you the ones that he didn't actually fulfill? We'll go to some of the popular ones. We'll do Zechariah 9. So in Matthew 21, when Jesus rode the donkey into Jerusalem, it said that this was to fulfill what was spoken through the prophet, right? And that is a quotation from Zechariah chapter 9, correct?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Now, this is how I know that the gospel authors are a bunch of liars, because if you just read Zechariah 9, it's clear that he didn't fulfill it. It says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off." Did Jesus cut off war from Jerusalem?
He will.
Did he do it, though?
That's the thing about you guys that you don't
understand. But did he,
about the Bible.
John, I understand it completely. There's no such thing as double and triple fulfillment. These are hula hoops that you guys are playing with the text, because he didn't actually fulfill it in the first reading. So you can't apply a second meaning to it because you don't like what the first meaning is.
No.
Yeah. So did Jesus do anything in this prophecy?
Yeah.
Like what?
He came in as king through the eastern gate in Jerusalem as the king.
Oh, great. Show me in the New Testament where he was crowned king.
He is king.
Show me in the New Testament where he was crowned king.
Well, considering that 1 John says the word was and the word was with God.
Show me in the New Testament where he was actually a king in Israel.
I got a question. You're a doctor.
Show me in the New Testament where it says that Jesus was an actual king. Or should you, Brandy, thank you for this 3-month subscription. So, John, don't run. Don't run. Use the power of the Holy Spirit. John, use the power of the Holy Spirit. Cast your pearls before swine. Cast your pearls. I highly doubt that. Cast your pearls before this swine, John. What a weird flex. What a weird flex getting cooked in a debate
Any man
that
who
I
claims
make
that
more
they
money
have-
than you. What a weird flex. I can't prove my God is real, and I can't actually read the book with you, but I make more money than you.
Thank you, Otter, for the $5 on Venmo. And anyone who, flexes their money has no money. So
Yeah.
that's not the flex that you think it is. And you can go ahead and run away, princess, because he just dropped.
Oh, yeah, he's gone. All right, so we're on to the next guys. He was something special.
That's putting it nicely.
Okay, what up, you guys?
What's up,
How
Nicotine?
y'all doing? God bless you both. Do you accept that?
No,
Zeus bless you.
Oh, that's a curse.
Anubis bless
You just cursed yourself.
I don't care. Your God's fake.
Sounds
So
like a
Okay.
personal issue.
No, he's not fake, dude. He's real.
Okay.
He's real, bro.
prove it.
666, you believe in Satan, don't you?
Prove it, Nicotine.
No, you prove to me. Do you believe in Satan or God?
I believe in neither.
No, then why do you have 666 for that shit right there? Huh?
Because it
For that
riles
stuff right there.
because it riles you up. It's already got so far under your skin that you're ready to like completely lose your mind
Okay,
over
watch
it.
me calm down. Watch me calm down. Watch this.
I can't wait.
Okay.
Give it a good.
No weapon formed against me
Give it-
shall prosper. How?
Give it your best goose, Fraba. Now, I'd love to have like an actual conversation. Did you want to have a conversation, or did you just want to like shout into the void?
The crash out is insane.
Yeah, he waited in the comments all this time just to get in here and crash out in the box. This is wild. Imagine being just a grown adult behaving this way.
God is real. God
I'm
is
sure
real.
he is. What's your evidence that that's true?
My evidence is my life, my testimony.
I don't
that's my
care
evidence.
at all about your testimony.
Of course you don't care.
I want
don't care about
actual.
yours. You don't have one.
I want actual testable or
wanna hear my
observable.
testimony?
No, nobody cares.
Okay, let's just.
Nobody cares about your testimony.
I was in a position about my testimony. What you know,
Nobody-
you ain't nothing.
Is he
you
rapping?
Ain't nobody's bro. Nobody
Are you
cares
trying to-
about you.
are you
yes,
trying to
I
rap?
am rapping. I'm doing something out of this. You're just
Get-
capping.
get-
Everyone knows I'm the captain. You ain't nothing. You ain't Nathan. You need to go on a vacation because of the devastation that you've been facing. Hanji, God bless you. I love people.
This is,
I don't.
first of all,
Oh
Zeus
my
bless you.
Don't stop him. I want to hear
answer
it.
you.
I want to hear the Holy
I don't
Spirit rap.
answer- I don't want.
What are
I
we
don't
doing?
answer his weak God, so I hope he knows that. And Amun Ra is laughing at you right now.
Don't.
I'm glad that anyone's laughing at me. I don't care about demons.
Nicotine. I want to hear the rest of the rap.
Oh, then why are you worshiping him?
It's
then?
just off the
Because
top of my head.
Yahweh
I
is a
keep going.
demon.
Keep going.
I worship Yahweh, who's my God. Okay,
buddy,
I worship Yahweh,
you're
who's
so
my God.
loud.
I don't put nothing above Him. I'm so loud, but I can go quiet too. I do this because people want to despise you. They realize you are a liar. They want to set you on fire in hell. I don't want that for you. I want you to turn to God, but you want to rebel. So
Oh,
rebelling
my
must be
goodness.
messed up. Trying to see it, but they cleft
This is
up. What they really
pathetic.
said. What? You're pathetic. You're a
I know you
POS.
are,
That's a.
princess.
There's that love of
Too,
Christ coming out.
already Crying.
Wow,
Baby.
this guy's wild.
Did your mother not love you enough when you were a child? That's why you're up here crashing out. Is that what it
Yeah,
is?
Nicotine. Do you have any evidence of your God, or is the rap your only evidence?
My life be like.
Listen, do not degrade the Grits by trying to do their music. You will never do justice to the Grits.
You keep muting me, but you can't do nothing. You're mutiny.
Actually, I can just kick you. Also, Cyber, thank you for the
Of
$6.
course you would, because you don't want nobody to do my testimony.
Cyber, thank you for the $6.66. Cyber says, "Wowza!" I agree, Cyber.
Prove
This
who
guest,
you are.
Yep.
this guest is wild. Did you actually want to have a discussion about your God, or did you just come up here to do
Let's do it.
your worst mumble rap? Okay,
Let's
so
do it. Oh, worst rumble map?
So-
worst mumble rap? Whatever,
so
bro.
what's-
You can say what you want.
so what's the evidence that your God
do
is
you wanna
real?
know? My testimony.
Your
God has
testimony
blessed
means
me every
nothing to
single day.
me. Don't care.
Or to you, I don't care. I'm talking to the chat, bro.
Is
I'm
the
not talking to
testimony
you then.
is the testimony the only thing that you have?
I have my life that he has been there for me every day. I used to be on drugs. I used to.
All right, you can't use that word here, by the way. You can't say the DRUG word, and I'm sure you were
All right,
doing
Drew
those.
has. I'll say Drew.
I'm really quite sure that you were and still are. So since you don't have a
I'm
real
not, I'm
argument, the only thing you have is your testimony. I'll make you a
I'm
deal.
sober.
I'm sure you are. So I'm going to make you a deal. I'm going to let you give your entire testimony uninterrupted. You got 2 minutes to do it, though, okay?
Okay, thank you. All right, so my testimony is...
And he's gone. No clue why he thought that was going to go well. Nerd Unleashed, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate that, Nerd. And the subscription box on the screen is broken now for some reason. I don't know if the button even works, but whatever. TikTok Studio has been an absolute wasteland for the last couple months. Thank you for everyone that subscribed. Also remember that if you're a subscriber, you'll be able to access my cheat sheet, and it looks like I'll be adding my timeline to it this week for the problematic timeline of the Passover and Jesus' death. That guest didn't make it in.
Also, happy All Hallows Eve, everyone.
Oh, right. Yeah.
It's Devil's Night tonight.
It really is. Sherry Lou, that actually explains everything. Sherry Lou, thank you for the hand hearts. Ethan, thank you for the hand hearts. Scott, welcome in. Scott?
The council is begging that you clip that and post it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll be definitely clipping the madman who tried to rap his way through the debate. AJ, thank you for the three month subscription. I appreciate that. Scott, you requested to be in the guest box twice, so I assume you actually want to be here, but I'm not hearing anything, so I'm gonna have to drop you if you're not actually in the box, my man. Okay, sorry, Scott. Got to go. Got to go. All right, we'll try O-Wall.
Yeah, what's up?
Welcome in, O-Wall. Are you at least 18?
Yeah. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm good.
Fantastic.
Well, it's not actually.
Do you believe in a God?
An argument for me. Do I believe? Yeah, I do.
And which God do you believe in?
I'm Christian.
Okay, what would be the evidence that your God is real?
Well, I don't particularly have an evidence, but like I think that's fair because we don't really have to have evidence for everything we believe in.
What would be a good argument for why your God is real since you don't have evidence?
I mean, I believe in science and also believe in God, and science does not particularly goes against the evidence of a God.
It does.
Really?
Yeah. So that's irrelevant, though. What's the evidence that your God is real other than you like it?
Like I said, you don't need to have an evidence to believe in something.
Yeah, you do. You should, or else you get conned. You're gullible. I'm not.
No. I mean, before any certainty is achieved, you have to believe in it and work towards it before you could discover anything new. Like every
But
invention.
you're using a lot of words to say nothing.
No, I see. I mean, you don't need to have a particular evidence to believe something is real.
Do you believe in the tooth fairy?
No.
Why?
Well, because we know it's not real. We all know it's not real.
I don't. Give me the evidence that the tooth fairy is not real.
It was okay. Do you believe in unicorns?
I asked you about the tooth fairy. Why would I not believe in the tooth fairy? If I can just believe in things without any evidence for them, why should I not believe in the tooth fairy?
Well, because you know that's not real.
No, I don't.
You know that's not real.
No, I don't know that's not real. So why would I not want to believe in the tooth fairy? If I don't have to have evidence for my beliefs, then why would I believe in your God but not believe in the tooth fairy?
Because it's two different things, right? It's just two different things.
I know. The tooth fairy is real and your God's not.
I don't think that's funny.
It's not funny. It's the truth. I never said it was funny. I'm not a clown. I'm not a jester. I'm not a comedian. I'm not here to make you laugh. I'm telling you the truth. The tooth fairy is real and your God is fake.
Okay, how can you prove to me that my God is fake? What makes you say that?
Because you have absolutely zero evidence for your God, and you literally admitted that you don't have any evidence. And look at the tooth fairy. Do you see the tooth fairy right now?
Okay, before, for example,
I do.
before
Hey,
Praise,
Queen.
okay,
praise the tooth
okay,
fairy.
okay. Can I ask you a question?
Did you
Can I
ever
ask you a question?
lose a tooth as a child?
Can I ask you a question though?
Did you ever lose a tooth as a child?
I did. Yeah.
Did it grow back?
No,
It did. Yeah.
it didn't.
We have permanent teeth.
All right, it did. It did. It did.
It did.
Okay,
Yeah.
so your point.
And you know why that happened?
Yeah.
Because
it's now
because the tooth fairy is real.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Hail, holy tooth fairy. Okay, so what I'm
Okay,
hearing is you have.
You're just ignoring me. At this
What I'm
point,
hearing
so
is
it's
that you
fine.
have zero argument or evidence for your God. That's what I'm hearing.
Until something proves me wrong or particularly goes against the fact that there is a God, I will keep believing. That's my point.
Well, I'm asking you, wait, why do you just believe in something just because, even though you have no evidence for it? So,
Because,
is
again,
there
wait,
evidence that
wait.
is there
See-
evidence? Shh. Is there evidence that
Continue.
Casper the Friendly Ghost doesn't exist?
Okay. No.
Fantastic. Cyber Boba Fett, thank you for the $6.66. Cyber says, my mom knows the tooth fairy and told me stories of its truth. I know. Praise the tooth fairy. She is real.
Alright,
She's
alright,
here.
alright, see.
Her goodness is upon us right now. She's watching you right now. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the tooth fairy.
Okay. Okay. Let me tell you something though. Can I ask you a question?
You can ask any question you want.
All right. Before, let's say, when was the where I think in 2010 was when there was any confirmed evidence of a black hole. But before then, a lot of great men already proposed the idea, but they believed in it even without having concrete evidence of black holes. Then Albert Einstein did the same thing in 1915 without having the same evidence of a black hole. Yet he believed in it. So
Why?
Thank
Why?
you, Seth, for the 666 on Cash App. Thank you so much.
Yeah, big W. Actually, I just got one too. Thank you so much, Seth, for the 666. We appreciate that, Seth. Big W for Seth. Yeah, but they had reason to believe that black holes existed. Seth says Tooth Fairy
Thank
told
you.
me to.
Exactly.
Okay.
I also have reasons, but I can't prove them to you.
Okay,
you
so
won't believe me.
there were reasons why people believed in black holes. There was like actual mathematical and scientific models that predicted black holes would exist and
So
how they would exist.
I understand that, but will it limit?
There are scientific models and mathematical models that predicted what black holes would look like and how they would behave. And then we found pictures. We actually observed black holes. Thank you so much, Lone Wolf, for the hats. I appreciate that. So that has nothing to do with your God. What is the mathematical model that predicted your God? What is the scientific model that demands your God exists even though we haven't seen him? He's probably still yapping. He has no idea he's muted, I assume.
Doing that. Also, everyone in chat, we have Christ Before Jesus's backup account up here with us. So, Benny, thank you so much for the rose. Praise Beauty and the Beast. So our lovely, lovely Christ Before Jesus got the banana on his main account. So he's going to be using this page until Monday when his main account comes back up. So be sure to give him a follow, show him some lovies, and thank you all so much for supporting this channel. Thank you all so much for the gifts, the Cash Apps, the Venmos. We couldn't be able to do this without you guys, truly. And shout out to Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah, Jaren, what happened to your main account? Somebody got butthurt that you were saying true things and they reported you, or what?
No, someone got butthurt because I said some things about their mom.
Oh, you did. Don't do that.
Yeah, and I sent 2 emails over to TikTok trying to appeal it, and they both came back and were like, "What are you talking about? You absolutely deserve this." And I was like, "Yeah, I do."
True story.
Fair enough. All right, guys, make sure you're following his backup account. Also, stop over to the Amazon shop and buy his book. It's an excellent book. I've only been able to scan through it. I haven't been able to read it yet, but it's on my reading list. Owal.
Hey, a quick hint, though. at the end of the book, there's a TLDR section that sums up all of our best points in just 3.5 pages. So if you're going to skip to that part.
All right, I'm going to be doing that. Yeah, big W Benny. So Owal
thank you.
is completely lost. He has no idea how to unmute himself. He probably doesn't even know he's muted. Owal, are you aware that we're all here talking about you? There we go.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
There we go.
Fantastic. Okay, so what's the evidence?
To you,
So what's the evidence that your God's real?
like I said, I have personal evidence that I can prove to you, but because I can prove them to you doesn't make it not real.
Okay, well, I'm not going to believe something just because you believe it. I want to know like a rational reason, an argument, or some evidence why I would believe what you believe.
But do you read books? Do you read books?
I read lots of books.
Right? Do you believe every single thing in those books without actually taking research or anything?
Nope.
You do make research, right?
I do research, yep.
Okay. Have you made any research in finding if a God is real or not?
Yep, I've been doing it literally my entire life, which is why I don't believe that there is a God, because there's no scientific evidence that would point towards a God, and the books that we have that claim to be from God are a bunch of dog shit. The Bible especially. The Bible is an absolutely horrible book if it was written or dictated or inspired by a God. It's full of contradictions. It endorses things like slavery and grape. In fact, the God...
Slavery?
Oh, have you not read the book yet?
I have, but I don't know the text you're referring to right now.
I'll show it to you. If the God of the Bible endorses slavery, what do you think that would mean about that God?
I mean, it depends. I've not seen the text. Like, show me the text or something.
It's an if. If the Bible God endorses slavery, what would that mean about that God?
Well, it doesn't mean that the God I know won't endorse slavery. So you have to show me something.
Okay, so if the God you know wouldn't endorse slavery, and then we read about a God endorsing slavery, then that God's not real, right?
It doesn't mean it's not real.
Well, you just said your God. You said your God wouldn't endorse slavery. So whatever God you believe in, it can't be the Bible God.
No.
As for male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So God says you can own slaves. Just don't treat your fellow brethren harshly.
I mean, this text could have different interpretations depending on what time it was written.
Well, give me the interpretation here that's not slavery, because as far as I'm aware, being owned as inheritable property means that you're a slave.
My point is, this does not directly goes against the fact that there's no God. Who said
it actually did. So you said at the beginning of this conversation that the God that you believe in would endorse slavery, which means if the God that you believe in would not endorse slavery, then it can't be this God. So either your God is different than this God, or this God doesn't exist.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, but like, I don't believe this text. Like, I don't believe this text.
Why? So the Bible's not true?
Because, I mean, I don't think all of the Bible is true. I mean, there have been hundreds and hundreds of different interpretations.
How much of the Bible is true?
Like I said, it depends on the way you look at it. There have been different interpretations of the Bible over the years.
Yeah, and how do you know which parts are true and which parts are not?
I don't know. Probably we'll go with the Hebrew Bible, the original language it was written or something.
I've got the Bible in Hebrew and in Greek. Do
you read Hebrew though?
Yeah.
Do you understand Hebrew?
Yep.
Okay.
So
but I don't.
The Hebrew text of Leviticus 25 matches what we find in the English text. In fact, there's
No,
one key difference in the Hebrew text versus what we just read. In the Hebrew text, it literally says that they will be your possession, le'olam, which means to forever. They're permanent slaves. They never go free. The English translation I was working with somehow smoothed that out without actually explicitly saying it.
I would have to. I don't know. I'll have to make a research myself or something.
I'm sure. Okay, so the God of this book said that you can do slavery, yes or no?
Yes, it
Cool.
did say that.
Okay, but you
Yeah,
don't
but
you
no
don't
one
believe
said- no one
you
said
don't
God-
believe that
no
was
one said
actually
God
from
is all
God.
good.
Okay, so God's not all good.
No, who said that?
I'm asking you, do you think that God is all good?
I mean, how do you define good?
I'm asking you, do you believe that God is all good?
No, I don't, because to us humans, it's not all good, but we don't understand His ways to begin with. So I don't know what definition of good. Are we talking about morally or like? What are we?
Well, it's
saying?
irrelevant. The Bible says that the Lord is just in all of his ways, and kind in all of his doings. The Lord is near to all who call on him, and to all who call on him is truth. Actually, that wasn't the verse I was looking for. Actually, maybe it was. Let me see what it says in a more literal translation. No, never mind. I remember the wrong verse. But there's a verse that says everything God does is good. The New Testament also says that God is love. He's the actual embodiment of love. So do you think that slavery is loving?
I mean, at that time, I don't know. It's going to happen either
There we
way.
go.
So
For the Lord is good. His mercy is everlasting. Can you be partially good? Is God partially good?
no.
Okay, so God's good. Everything he does is good, which means
Yes, but
slavery is good. Do you think that we should
I
be allowed to
didn't say
sell
that.
our daughters as slaves? Because
Stop
in
putting words in my mouth. I never said that.
well, the God of the book says you can do it. If a man sells his daughter to be a female
But in what
slave,
year do? But
she shall not go
we're
out.
talking about ancient
Oh,
times now.
oh,
like,
Wall. I'm just going to help you out here. Okay, you can talk while I'm talking all you want. You're more than welcome to do it. I'm just going to let you know ahead of time though.
I'm listening.
My
I'm
microphone is louder than yours. When you talk while I'm talking,
listening.
nobody hears you. It's being recorded on YouTube right now for all of eternity. So every time you talk
Okay.
while I'm talking, for the rest of eternity, people are just going to hear you mumbling in the background of me talking. Now, again, you're more than welcome to do it. I'm just letting you know for your own sake that that's all anyone's ever going to hear. Okay, so Exodus 21 says you can sell your daughter as a slave. Do you think we should be allowed to sell our daughters as slaves?
No.
Okay, so again, you disagree with the God of the book.
Okay.
So why do you believe in this God when you disagree with his morals?
Well, like I said, it depends on what context we're saying. This is a long time ago. Like we have the Old Testament and we have the New Testament. These are rules that are given so long they probably don't apply anymore. So because God said something doesn't mean back then it could be true.
Do we
but
have
right
slavery
now,
today?
I mean, not particularly, no.
Was it good when we did have it?
No.
Okay, so the fact that something is no longer in effect doesn't mean that it was good when it was in effect. So it was bad when God said you can own slaves. Was there anything?
It was good for some people, to be fair.
It wasn't good. If it was good,
For some people, it was.
no, it
was good
wasn't.
for some people,
I'll
to
just
be fair.
I'll just show it to you where it's not good, and God tells you it's not good. In Leviticus chapter 25, verse 39 to 45, we'll do 46. God himself just admits that it's not good to be a slave. It says, if any one of your brethren who dwells by you becomes poor and sells himself to you, you shall not compel him to serve as a slave. As a hired servant and a sojourner he shall be with you. and shall serve you until the year of Jubilee. And then he shall depart from you, he and his children with him, and shall return to his own family. He shall return to the possession of his fathers, for they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves. You shall not rule over him with rigor, but you shall fear your God. So he explicitly says he doesn't want his own people to be slaves, but you can make slaves of the foreigners or of the women. So if being slavery wasn't all that bad, God wouldn't be saying, I don't want you to make slaves of each other.
Okay. I see the point you're trying to make. I see it, but like this is just one thing. The Bible talks about a lot of good things too, and teaches people how to be moral, how to be kind, how to be loving, and so many other good things that we could learn out of the Bible.
That's meaningless. If you say that
Why?
the Bible's good
Why?
because it says some good things, but it also says that you can do slavery, that's meaningless to me.
Why? Why is it meaningless?
Because
if it teaches you a lot of things?
slavery is bad every single time. Owning another
But
human
how
being as
convenient.
property is not good. Do you think that there was ever a time period in which it was good that human beings owned each other as actual property?
According to the text that I just read, or the text you just showed me, I think God just laid down rules for slavery and he didn't actually like, okay, you can do this, he just laid down rules for certain people and did the same for his own people, because slavery was going to happen either way, so he just made rules that govern them.
Okay, so what's the evidence that God is giving rules that he himself doesn't like?
I don't know.
Okay, so now you're just making up claims, because if you actually read the book, you'll find, for example, Deuteronomy chapter 5, verse 29, where it says, if only they had such a mind as this, to fear me and to keep all of my commandments forever, so that it might go well with them. So does God want his commandments to be kept forever or for temporary?
Again, different interpretation.
Does God want his commandments to be kept forever or for temporary?
But slavery was not his commandment.
Does God want his commandments to be kept forever?
Yes,
okay.
Yes,
and the slavery was a commandment of God.
It wasn't.
It was.
A commandment, though. Come on, it wasn't.
I'm going to show it to you right now. Chapter 25 in Leviticus. At the very beginning of every chapter, almost in Leviticus, it explicitly tells you that God is saying the thing. And the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, saying, speak to the children of Israel and say to them. So all of the commandments in chapter 25 of Leviticus comes from God on Mount Sinai. Is this the first time you've ever read the Torah?
No, actually.
Then how do you not know that all the laws given to Moses are given by God?
I do know that all the laws of Moses are given by God.
Because you just said that God didn't give this command. This is embarrassing. I don't know why so many Christians have never read their own book.
The thing is that we don't just cherry pick. We read the whole thing, and there's so much to read from the Bible.
Well, you did cherry pick because you want to ignore the slavery bit. You want to take the part where it says love your neighbor, and then you want to throw away the part where it says that you can make slaves.
Well, all of this doesn't still prove that God doesn't exist. You know that.
Well, it quite literally does, because you started this conversation by saying the God that you know would not endorse slavery. So now one of two things is true. Either you have to change your conception about the God that you think you know, or you have to admit that you don't actually know God or that he doesn't exist. So we'll start from the beginning. Does the God you know endorse slavery?
Until today, no.
He does. We just read it.
Okay.
Now, your specific God quite literally is not real, because the book that claims to prove his existence is full of lies. It's full of failed prophecies.
Okay.
And the Messiah again, nobody can hear you. I don't know why you keep doing this. The Messiah that you believe in fulfilled exactly 0 prophecies. If your Messiah was real, I would have expected Isaiah chapter 2, Isaiah chapter 11. I would have expected Jeremiah 33. I would have expected a whole bunch of prophecies about the Messiah to have actually come true, but none of them came true.
I don't know what to say to you, honestly. I just feel, you need to have personal experiences to believe some things.
I disagree. I think personal experience isn't that useful because people of every religion have personal experience. If personal experience
correct.
means that God is real, then it means all the gods are real.
No, all of the gods are not real. That's contradicting because
It's not.
It doesn't make sense.
If personal
Doesn't make
experience means that God is real, then it means all of them are real because personal experiences exist in every single religion. Your personal experience is no more unique than somebody in the Hindu religion or the Islamic faith.
Okay. One question: you believe someone without a religion could believe in God, like someone without no religion?
Yeah, you can believe in God without a religion.
Would that be okay?
I mean, it's better than believing in your God. Your God's a monster.
I mean, then if you have no religion and you believe in God, then what God do you believe in?
I don't believe in God.
Okay, again, I repeat my question. Can you have zero religion, no religion, and still believe in God?
Yeah. You can believe in a God and not believe in any of the religions that are known on the planet. That's not difficult.
Okay, so if you don't have a religion and you believe in God, then what God do you believe in?
Again, I don't.
No, I'm asking a question. If
But
someone
you're asking an atheist what the God is that exists if you believe in a God that's not defined. If you believe in a God that's not defined, you just believe in a God that is not defined. You can call him anything you want to. You can call him Doug. You can call him the Tooth Fairy. You can call it the Pink Panther. I don't care. You can call it anything you want to. If you're out here inventing your own God, it doesn't matter what you call him. You can call him anything you want to.
She said she has a response from me or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I believe in the Greek and Egyptian gods. Multiple.
Okay.
I love how he laughs at that, but he doesn't find
Right?
his own God that endorses slavery and grape laughable. You are the one worshiping a laughable deity. Let me ask you a question, Hanji. Have your gods ever commanded people to grape each other?
Absolutely not. And if you were caught doing that, say bye-bye to your village.
Yeah.
All right. You see, a kid in India probably is worshiping some idol or something, or practicing Hinduism or something. Doesn't matter. It depends on the environment you grow up in, and so many things influence the kind of religion you pick.
Well,
And I
I'm
don't
Greek
think
and Egyptian, so that's the pantheons that I answer to, are the Greek and Egyptian
but
pantheons.
that
And I
doesn't mean
don't know
your
if you
God
know
is
your
right, though.
history. I don't know if you know your history. I'm not saying they're right, and they don't claim to be right either. They even tell us all the time that they're not perfect. They know that they're not perfect beings. That's the difference between my God and yours. And not only that, my gods are older by thousands of years. So to find them laughable is honestly a slap in the face. And I'm pretty sure you are an African man. So you're basically slapping your own ancestors in the face, considering the fact that they had a belief system that was well prior to Christianity.
So you're going to tell me more about my African deities?
Thank you, Lone Wolf.
That's crazy.
Yes, I am.
That's crazy.
So what I'm hearing is that you have no evidence for your God.
Okay, do you believe evil exists?
Nope.
Really?
Unless it's your God. Your God is evil.
I mean, all right, I guess I can prove you wrong then. It's fine.
So you don't have no argument for your God existing, then, is what I'm hearing.
Yes, I don't. I
All
mean,
right.
you have the
Thanks
the
for
choice to choose.
Thanks for
You
coming
have the
in.
choice to choose.
You don't choose what you believe. You either believe or you don't. But W for the concession. Thanks for playing along, AWOL, and maybe we'll hear from you in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Cheers. All right, we'll get Mr. J in the box. We had a full queue, and then the Holy Spirit got weak, and they dropped out. So I'm not sure what's happening right now. I see a lot of people in the comments saying, let me in or put me up. Or listen, I can't put you up. If you don't know how to hit the request button, there's nothing I can do for you. You hit the request button, get in the guest queue, and you can wait in line like everybody else. Nobody's going into the comment section and pulling you out of the comments. Jay sounds like he's got a terrible connection.
What do you charge for that? Do you know?
I think we didn't mean to be up here.
Yeah, I think
By the sounds of it.
I agree. I think that was a mistake. I don't think they meant to be in the guest queue. They had some really bad background noise too. Kristen, welcome in.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm great, thank you.
Fantastic. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am 51 and... Oh, that's a question. I was raised Southern Baptist my entire life. I'm trying to deconstruct.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I have some questions, obviously.
Well, right now we're debating people. That's the goal of this live. We do have a Discord server. You're welcome to get on our Discord server. We do more deconstruction on the server and not debates there. You can find the Discord server in the link tree on my profile.
Okay, thank you very much. I apologize.
No, you're okay. Also, is Thinker in the house? Because Thinker does...
Thinker is here.
Yeah, Thinker wave in the comments. Thinker does a deconstruction live. Yep. Is it Friday nights?
Freeform Friday, which is on Thursdays.
Oh,
so tomorrow.
Right. Okay, yeah. So there's someone goes by the name Thinker. She's waving in the comments right now. She actually does more deconstruction and not the debate like I do. I would highly recommend dropping her a follow and getting involved in her lives.
Thank you very much. I
Absolutely.
appreciate that.
Cheers, Kristen. Good to hear from you. Big W for Kristen. Deconstructing, it's not easy because, like, picking apart everything that kind of your whole worldview and picking that thing apart is often a pretty daunting process. Welcome in, I am. I am. I am not. Are you present? Do you know that you're on the stage right now? Say nothing if you touch children.
Oh, damn.
All right, well, you heard it here. He touches children. We got to let you go. I am sorry. Come on back when you figure out how to work the request box. Okay, let's see. We've got Jelly Belly 420. I thought Jelly Belly was a friendly. Am I misremembering?
They are friendly. I think they requested by accident.
Could be. Yeah, could be. Jelly Belly, look him in. Are you a friend or foe? I think it was an accidental request. No worries, Jelly Belly.
I told you.
Yeah, I think you're a friend. And then I thought Smashy was a friend.
Ah, man, get me up out of here, man. I love you guys. Praise Doug.
I thought so. Praise Doug. Big W Smashy. I thought Smashy was a friend. All right, guys, we already cooked all the Christians. They had like 1 hour worth of Holy Spirit power, and then they're all gone. If you're in the queue and you believe in a deity, then request on up. We've got lots of people here waiting to hear the evidence. We've got we get a skits raid now. Even Big W for the skits raid. We love you, skits. Big W, skits, and that skits is the one that inspired me to do these debates. The first time I saw skits debating the slavery topic, I was like, oh my word, that's what I want to do. Welcome in, Bush. Bush.
Oops. Sorry.
Oh, no worry, we got you. Cheers, Bush.
Sorry.
A lot of accidental requests. We're going to get Carmex in here next. And they dropped. 0 Holy Spirit tonight. No Holy Spirit. Yeah, Skits is the ghost. The ghost. I mean the goat. He's definitely not the ghost. He's not afraid of no ghosts.
He's the ghost with the most, babe.
That's true. All right, we're going to get D's Nuts in here. How you doing?
Oh, hail the spaghetti monster.
I mean, I don't disagree. Praise the spaghetti monster. Hail the Holy Tooth Fairy. And Doug is the rock of salvation. So, He just came in to do the Lord's work, promote the flying spaghetti monster. To be sure, the flying spaghetti monster is every bit as real as the biblical God. And I see Suave in the comments saying, y'all unserious. We are actually very serious here. We joke about these fictitious gods only to demonstrate that your God is equally as fictitious as silly, and you just can't actually recognize it. But to people on the outside of your garbage religion, it's easy to see. God gives
Except
people.
for me, like I actually do believe in my deities. I don't do it to be a smartass. That is my belief system.
That's true.
But,
yeah. Yeah. And I see Doug the Rock God in the comments. Doug is real. He does exist. He's in the comments right now. And you know that he's real because you can see Doug right now. And look, Doug has no hands. He's got no feet. But he's still commenting in the comments as we speak because he is all powerful. Doug can do all things. Anakin, welcome in.
What's up? Hey, how can you prove that God is imaginary?
Well, first of all, we'll go over the claim. The claim is that God exists in your imagination and nowhere else. And I know that he doesn't exist anywhere else because I've been doing this for over a year, and I've never heard a single believer provide even a lick of evidence that this deity exists outside of their imagination.
Wait a minute, but why is it their job to prove to you their faith? Why is it their job to witness to you?
That's the whole point. So if your God is real, then you have to present some sort of a logical, rational evidence or argument for why your God is real. Otherwise, your God is only as real. Otherwise, your God is only as real as the Tooth Fairy. Do you believe that the Tooth Fairy is real?
But hold on.
Do you believe that the Tooth Fairy is real?
Well, I mean, there's lore for the Tooth Fairy, so does that exist in your mind? So
yeah,
you're trying to equate God as imaginary as the Tooth Fairy? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah, your God is only as true as the Holy Tooth Fairy. Praises be.
See, you're saying your God. So
yeah, whatever your God is.
Why not just God is imaginary? Are you admitting that
Anakin, all of your gods are imaginary. I don't care which one you believe in. Your God is imaginary.
Well, you didn't say God's plural. You said God.
Listen, singular. I don't care what you call it. It's not real.
Okay, but are you admitting then that relationship with God is a very personal thing by saying your God?
No, what I'm doing is I'm admitting that you have no evidence for your God, and I know that to be the case.
Well, I like to see the duality in things because, some people see things one way and some people see things the other.
Which God do you believe in, Anakin?
Well, there's only one God.
Which one?
There's only one.
What's his name?
The one God has many names.
Give me the name that you go by.
The one that I just say God. I use the word God. I read the various scriptures.
Does your God have a religion?
I wouldn't say it's my God. I say I have a relationship.
Does your God have a religion?
The God.
Does the God you believe in have a religion? Is it Islam or Christianity or any extension of what we would know, or any extension of what we know about a religion? Does your God have a religion?
Okay, hold on.
It's a yes or no question, Anakin. Does your specific God have a religion?
Hold on, but wouldn't religion be...
All right, so Anakin, this is what's going to happen. You're going to provide a yes or no to this answer, or I'm just going to cut you and get an actual adult in the box. Do you understand?
Yeah, but I don't
Great.
understand.
So does your God have a religion?
Why? Hold on. Just say.
Let me show him how easy it is.
He doesn't want to defend his own religion. Hanji, do your gods have a religion?
Yes, it's called Hellenism and Cometicism.
That wasn't hard at all. I wonder what he was struggling with. The problem is these Phil bros want to convince you that God exists, but then they don't want to connect the dots between their imaginary philosophy God and the specific God that they actually believe in. Soul, welcome in.
What's going on?
So, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm 18, yeah.
Are you a believer?
I'm a believer of God.
Okay, and which specific God?
Why does it matter which God?
Because we're talking about your God, and everybody has a...
What do you mean my God? What do you mean my God?
Okay, you believe in a God, yes or no?
A God? So you're implying that there's more than one?
No, I'm asking you, do you believe in a God?
Okay, I do believe in God.
Fantastic.
You're saying a God, so
yes,
I'm listening to your words, isn't it?
And which God
So
do you believe in?
Are you implying there's more than one when you say
No,
a
I'm not. I'm trying to figure out what your religion is.
Okay,
so tell me...
first of all, I think...
First of all, I don't know if you know how this works here, but if I ask you very easy questions and you just run from them, you look foolish. We're trying to figure out who your God is. Can you answer that question?
Oh, okay. I've just come in. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself.
You didn't just come in. You've been in the comments for the last 30 minutes. Can you tell me who...
Can I...
This isn't your live. You're not just going to take over the train of conversation. What you're going to do is finish introductions and tell us which God you believe in. Do you understand?
Allow me to finish.
I will not until you answer my question. Which God do you believe in?
I believe in God.
And does that God have a religion? Does that God have a religion?
Does that God have a religion? Yes.
Okay, and what religion is attached to the God you believe in?
But okay, you've answered me 4 questions and I haven't even stated my
because
my
you
stance
haven't identified what your religion is yet. I don't know why you're so afraid to tell us what your actual religion is. If I had a religion and somebody was asking,
if I haven't got a religion,
if I had a religion and people were asking me about my religion, I would just tell them what my religion is. That's literally the whole point, is to defend your specific religion. So can you tell us what your actual religion is?
Who's your prophet, Soli?
I assume he believes in the kitty diddler.
He does. That's why he's beating around the bush. If you're Muslim, just say so.
Listen, wait.
Listen, if you can't answer yes or no questions, no, you can't.
Linda.
If you can't tell us what your religion is, then you don't get to be here.
Ridiculous. How can you debate like this? It's ridiculous.
How can you run away from easy questions? We're trying to figure out. Yeah, we're trying to figure out what your you cannot speak until you answer our question.
You haven't allowed me to have one word.
What is your religion?
What are you scared of? What are you scared of?
You're the one scared that won't answer basic questions. We're trying to discuss your God.
A Shmedo prophet. That's it. It's not.
He's afraid of it.
We know you're Muslim.
One second. If you can allow me to speak.
We won't allow you to speak here. Not for 2 minutes, not for 10 seconds. If you can't answer a basic question about who your specific God is, we will not be entertaining you. If you are afraid to answer for your specific God, then that's your problem. That's not my problem. If I had a religion and I was debating my particular God, I would tell everyone who my particular God is. Jamil, how you doing?
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
Jamil, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm 35.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I'm a believer.
Awesome. In which God do you believe in?
You can say primarily I believe like in the Bible.
Okay, so the Christian God?
Yeah. But
Awesome.
I believe that like all religions are like like say if someone's praying to Allah, they're actually praying to the same deity, which is Yahweh.
Yeah, I
They're just
know.
calling it something else.
And they would say the same thing about you. That's fine. Okay, so what's the evidence that your God is real and not imaginary?
What would be qualified as substantial evidence? Like, what kind of evidence do you need? Like,
I would take anything. Terrell and the Gay Apostate, thank you so much for the subscription. Big W for the Gay Apostate for the 10-month subscription. So to me, evidence It could be an argument. It could be like a fulfilled prophecy. It could be like something miraculous happening in that's actually testable, not just somebody saw something that I have to believe. It could be an actual a display of power, like you could pray and have your God do something. I would take anything that would increase the probability of your God existing.
Okay. But I think the main confusion with like evidence is like, you know, it's like you're trying to put God in like a physical perspective when he's not physical, he's just spiritual. So there's really no way for you to prove it.
What's the evidence that spirits exist?
Besides the fact that people have been crucified and they're being and it's not just one or two, it's multitudes of people who were crucified. People who have been persecuted all over the world.
Right. Yeah.
Believers. So that's the best evidence we have.
That's not good evidence because people are unalived for their religious beliefs all the time. Christianity is not unique, right? Are you aware that there are martyrs in nearly every religion?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
But
so
the
people
numbers
being
are
willing
different compared to Christianity.
to die for their faith doesn't make the faith real.
I mean, so what other evidence would support it? Just, you said like prophecy fulfillment?
Sure, anything. But just saying that people believe it so much that they're willing to give their lives for it's not evidence. That just means that people are willing to go to great lengths for something they believe in. That says nothing about whether or not the thing they believe is true.
Okay, well, the best evidence that I can give you is probably, you know how God said he made us from the dust of the earth?
Yeah, I know what the Bible says. I don't believe it to be true.
But I could just based off my perspective, that makes sense.
Doesn't make sense at all.
It does. If you think about it, right?
Are we made from dust?
Yeah, I mean, we even poop soil.
No, we're not made from
What are we
dust.
pooping? What are we pooping? That's
We're
soil.
made primarily of carbon. We're carbon-based
I mean,
life
that's
forms.
that's a scientific explanation.
Well, what do you
I don't
think?
believe that.
What do you think dust is?
I don't know. I don't know too much about carbon, so.
Yeah, what we're
But I
made out
just
of
know
is
it's
not the
soil.
same thing. We're not soil and we're not dirt, and we don't poop soil or dirt.
So what do we poop?
The remains of our food.
But well, like, does it not connect to the earth? It's just like you
Yeah,
ever put cow manure
yes, it
in a
will.
garden. It's
Yes,
like
it will
fertilizer.
eventually. Yes, it will eventually break down. Yes,
So it's a form of soil.
it's not.
If it will break down and become that,
It won't.
and it can be used as fertilizer.
It'll break down, and the individual molecules will join the soil.
Mm-hmm.
But it itself is not dirt.
Mm-hmm. But would you agree
but
that it's
it-
a compound of it? It's a compound of soil.
I don't think you know what compound means, but no, the feces that we are emitting are not soil. They just assimilate into the soil.
Okay, so how do we get the dust of dirt? Where does it come from?
Doesn't come from
My
anywhere.
evidence is
It's always
it came
existed.
from our bodies and it came from soil.
No,
That's my evidence.
That's not
I mean,
evidence at
where
all.
else did it
That's
come
a really bad claim about misunderstood science. So, listen,
But
just
where
saying
did
that
it come
just saying that your God is real because dirt exists is not a good argument. Do you have anything better?
What else? Well, they found the New Testament in Egypt.
Who?
Right? What was it? The Romans? The
Romans? When did
the Greeks? The Greeks.
When did this
Greeks.
happen?
It was a time with Alexander the Great.
Sweet
And,
summer child.
Alexander lived 200 years before Jesus.
yeah, I know, but that's when they conquered Egypt. They conquered Egypt before that time. It was
Yeah,
like-
we know that Alexander conquered Egypt, but nothing in the New Testament was found in the Alexandrian horde that existed prior to Jesus.
Yeah, but they didn't discover it. They didn't discover it till what 300 AD.
Discover what?
But they didn't discover the Bible in Egypt, but they conquered Egypt.
The Bible
And
wasn't discovered in Egypt.
yes, it was. It was by was it the Dead Sea? It
No,
was
that's
not. It was like
completely
right in the
different.
Oh,
region of Egypt.
jeez.
Do
The
you?
Dead
The
Sea
Old
is.
Testament. I mean, the New
That's.
Do
Testament
you?
was found in Egypt.
It wasn't. We'll just go over
No, it wasn't.
some basic geography first.
Where was it found in?
Well, there's no such thing as the Bible. The individual manuscripts for the Bible are a collection of manuscripts from different time periods and different regions. And
Where
specifically,
exactly
I'm
was
about to,
the New
if you,
Testament
I'm
found?
about to show you. Just keep watching. Okay. So this is the Dead Sea right here. Is the Dead Sea in Egypt?
That looks like Israel to me.
That's Israel. The Dead Sea is on the eastern flank of Israel. Egypt is down here. Actually, a little bit
where's the
further.
where?
There's Egypt.
So I got confused.
I
So it was in
know.
the Cornum Caves where they found the Cornum Caves were right next to I think the Dead Sea.
Qumran. The Qumran
The Qumran,
caves.
yeah, the Qumran
Yeah.
Caves. They found that the Old Testament,
They
and they found the
found,
New Testament near Egypt.
but that's
The
not
New
correct
Testament
either.
was found.
So the Old
But
Testament
where was
text,
New?
the
You
Old
can't just
Testament
say I'm
text,
correct. You gotta prove me wrong.
I'm going to. The Old Testament text that you're referring to found in the Dead Sea. We all know they exist. There's no New Testament manuscripts. The manuscripts that you're referring to that were found in Egypt are the Nag Hammadi texts, and those are not of the New Testament. Those are Gnostic texts. The New Testament texts that we have were found in various locations all over the ancient Mediterranean. We never discovered like a single New Testament manuscript in Egypt that was like exhaustive. There is some evidence. We have some manuscripts from Egypt, but none of them are actually complete. The most complete manuscripts we have are the Sinaiticus,
what
the
source? What's your
Alexandrinus.
source?
The
What's your
manuscripts,
source?
the manuscripts that we have are the Sinaiticus, the Alexandrinus, and then there's one more. I keep forgetting it. Let me pull it up. We got the Alexandrian, Alexandrinus, the Vaticanus, and then there's one that is always on the tip of my tongue, but I can't think of right now. Let me find it real quick. Somebody in the comments probably already got it. It's not the Septuagint, but oh yeah, the Sinaiticus. There we go. Yeah, so we've got the Sinaiticus, the Alexandrinus, and the Vaticanus. Those are three very complete New Testament manuscripts that actually mostly include the Septuagint as well. And they unfortunately though aren't that old. They're about the 4th and the 5th century.
And when I say the New Testament, I'm not referring to like anything that was written by Apostle Paul. I'm referring to like, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, the Gospel.
Yeah. The letters of Paul and the Gospels are found within the Vaticanus, Alexandrinus, and the Sinaiticus.
No. The only thing that was found in the Vatican was the 7 books that Apostle Paul wrote.
Wrong.
Hold on, bro. I'm gonna show you.
This guy doesn't even know what he's talking about. So the Vaticanus is a manuscript that contains the Greek translation of the Hebrew Scriptures. We refer to that as the Septuagint. I've got a copy of it right here with me. So it also contains the Greek Christian Scriptures, the New Testament, and so on and so forth. The Book of Hebrews, the Book of Acts, and some of these manuscripts actually include the letters of Clement and the Epistle of Barnabas, which aren't included in the traditional Bible, but they are included in some of the early manuscripts.
Where was Matthew, Mark, Luke, John found?
It wasn't. There's not a single location in which those books were found. Matthew has been found in a dozen locations. There's not a location for
the
Matthew.
Same book was found in a dozen locations?
Yes. Are you aware that there are literally hundreds of locations in which we've discovered these manuscripts?
Okay, bro.
Do you not know this?
No, it didn't come in most. You said hundreds of locations.
Yeah, I'll just show you. I don't know how people get so misinformed. Okay, so here is the New Testament manuscripts that we have. You'll find almost all of them come during and after the 3rd century. The vast majority of them come from the early medieval period.
What am I looking at? What am I looking at?
You're looking at a graph in a spreadsheet that I personally put together that contains all of the manuscripts for the New Testament.
No, I need something.
And what you'll do, I do. I have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in biblical studies.
Are you a theologian?
Yes, I have a master's degree in biblical studies.
Okay. All right, bro.
Okay, so all of these texts were discovered at various locations. There's not a single location.
Supposed to take your word for it?
No, that's just where it is. Any one of these manuscripts that you see on the screen, you can just look up. Where was it found? Where did we find the Chester Beatty manuscripts? Where did we find? Where did we find the Oxychus papyruses? Papyri? Where did we find the Amherst papyri? You can just look up where these things were discovered. There wasn't a single location in which all of these manuscripts was discovered. That is absolutely absurd, and it's also irrelevant.
I think the princess was more focused on your degrees. He thinks you're talking out your ass about them.
Yeah.
Typical.
All I'm saying is, how do I know the information that you're showing me is the exact information? Like, where did you get this source from? Or did you just, because all I know, you could have just wrote it down yourself.
I didn't. I sourced my information from a scholar who used the Nestle Allen's source library to put together a list of the manuscripts, and then I compiled my list using that as my source with some slight modifications. This is not actually a debatable topic. There's not a single scholar that has ever said that all of the New Testament manuscripts were discovered in one location. I don't even know.
I didn't say all of them.
I don't know why you would even think that.
I didn't say all of them. I said the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Yes, I know, and they're part of what?
Near Egypt.
And they're part of what? And they're part of what?
What do you mean? Part of what?
The 4 Gospels are part of what?
The Bible.
Yes, and are you aware that the manuscripts that we have are not just of Mark or just of Matthew? They're of the broader New Testament literature.
You hit your goal, Hunter. It's time for another one.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I don't know how this helps your argument to begin with.
Well, the whole point I was trying to make is that this occurred near Egypt, right?
No,
and
it
even
didn't.
In Egyptian, yes, it did.
No,
even
it did
Israel
not.
Is near Egypt. Even Israel is near Egypt.
Listen, the whole ancient Near East is near Egypt.
No.
That's meaningless. That means absolutely nothing.
If the Bible was referring to Egyptian,
Jamil, stop,
and Babylonian
stop, Jamil. Before you continue, tell me what Egypt has to do with your argument, because you're making nonsense claims. I want to know why you're stuck on this whole Egypt nonsense.
The whole Bible was based through the culture of Mesopotamia, Egypt, Canaanites, Syria, in that area. So that was the basis of the book. This is why they're mentioning, you know, son of David.
You're acting like we don't
this
know
is the
this.
history is coming from that region.
Yes, I'm aware,
It's also
but
coming
what
from
does
Sumeria and Babylon.
but what does
So
that
the
have to
fact that the
do?
Messiah-
But what does that
This is
have
what-
to
this is-
do, Jamil? Listen, what does that have to do with your God being real?
Okay, right. So as we know, according to the Bible, the Messiah resurrected from the dead.
He didn't.
Correct? According to the Bible.
Yeah, why should I believe the Bible? Because we've got resurrection of accounts.
I didn't ask you that. I said according
We've got
to the Bible, yes or no?
we've got resurrection accounts in Herodotus. Do you believe that people resurrected
You're going off
because
grid. Let's do one thing at
do
a
you
time,
believe
right?
do you
So
believe
do you-
Jamil, stop talking. Do you
He's a
believe
Hebrew Israelite.
I'm sure he is. Do you believe that people resurrect just because an ancient text says so?
No, I don't. But
Okay,
but
and neither do I.
It is a comment. Listen,
And
let me explain.
And neither do I, Jamil. Before you tell me that your Messiah resurrected, I need better evidence than just I have a book
Wow,
that
you're
says
not letting
so.
me talk. You're not
Jamil,
letting me talk.
it's not your live. I don't know if you know
is a
this, but
biased lie then, bro.
we're gonna have
You're not even letting me explain
we're gonna
myself.
have actual dialogue. I'm asking you for the evidence
No,
that
this is
your
not a dialogue, bro.
I'm asking
This
you
is
for
not a
the
dialogue.
evidence that your Messiah resurrected. You don't have to mute him.
I don't know what you
Hanji,
think.
I got him.
I just want to say, I don't know what he thinks this is, but last I checked, this is the deconstruction zone, which means this is your live, not Jamil's. So if he can't actually have an honest back to forth, then why even waste our time? Because
This is
I
not a
already have
back
a
to
low
forth.
tolerance.
That's why
Well,
you're
maybe
trying
if you
to
answer
silence
some
me.
questions, maybe if you would answer some questions, we wouldn't be silencing you all the time. We
Yeah.
don't like runarounds. We don't like circle jerks. We like getting to the point.
Yeah, so Jamil, what's the evidence that your Messiah resurrected?
It's a common practice for the Egyptian god or the Egyptians to resurrect their pharaohs from the dead. So that would be proof that he really resurrected.
It's not proof.
Checkmate.
That's not a checkmate. That's
The
ignorance.
Israelites didn't believe in the Book of the Dead.
And he just cut and run. That was it.
Lakis.
This guy literally thinks that because
And last I checked, I'm the one with the Egyptian blood here, Jamil, not you.
yeah, he literally just said checkmate. Also, they don't believe that the pharaohs resurrect. They believe that the pharaohs go into an afterlife, just like everybody else in the ancient world. It's hard to imagine being that ignorant and thinking that you've actually done something. It's crazy to me. That's right, Jenny. He really thought he cooked with that. He didn't even know Egyptian mythology properly. Welcome in, Eggs.
At all.
Oh, hello. Oh, no. I'm talking. Oh, gosh. Hi.
Did you get in here by accident?
No, I'm just kind of a bit of a hermit and crazy and not used to talking out loud to people. Hi.
No worries. I mean, you can't be as crazy as the last guest. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am 30 and I'm a believer of certain things. So.
Are you a
I'm
believer
not
in God?
Yes.
Okay.
Just not the normal one.
Great.
So, like I
And-
said, I'm a bit crazy. I was
Right.
kind of lived in a bubble outside of normal religious influences because
Right.
I wasn't raised religious at all.
I'm sure. Which God do you
Yes.
believe in?
My own, because, like I said, I was raised outside of any religious influences, but I was also kind of a little suffer thing. So
Cool.
I kind of,
And how do you know your God is real?
because I grew up with her and she would tell me things and they would turn out to be true and just stuff like that.
Cool. Can you make a prediction for us
And-
now?
No, it's stuff with me.
Okay. Well,
Sorry, I get real nervous talking to people.
no worries. You're
most
welcome.
I could do is maybe try to, because I have your face, which means I could probably get a read on you and maybe give you a dream later, but that's about it. I
Actually,
could do my best, but that's about it.
actually don't usually have dreams.
I could see what I can do, but I can't promise nothing.
I'll
I
pass.
usually only can do stuff for the people around me, because the people
believe
around
you.
me always happen weird stuff. I'm sorry. She makes my brain weird, so
I believe
get
you.
kind of, my brain doesn't work really good.
Okay. Well, listen, Eggs, thanks for coming up. We're just looking to debate people on whether or not their God is real, okay?
Yeah, I just like talking about her. I don't
right.
think anyone's gonna believe me. I just love her is all.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Listen, if your God is nice, you can keep her. In fact, I just like the fact that your God is a she. To me, that's great. AFEM. Let's get some AFEMs in the house, guys.
AFM, but I will say this, only I do the readings on Justin. Thank you.
I've never had a tarot card reading, but I mean,
I gave you one on my live, but this was like months ago. Remember when we did the whole natal chart and all that? Man, those were fun times.
right. Well, that guest came in and dropped real fast. I assume they accidentally requested. Welcome in, Icon Bitch.
Hi.
Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in Jehovah.
Okay. The Christian version or the Jewish version?
Mainly a Christian.
Okay. And are you a JW?
Yeah. Yeah.
Fantastic. So she should be calm. She's not caffeinated. Actually, no, the Mormons don't do caffeine. You're allowed to have caffeine, right?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, so what
From
would
what I
be,
know.
what's the best argument or the best evidence for why your God is real?
Now this isn't amazing, but back in Constantine's army, I forget the exact year. If you know who Constantine is, he was the emperor of Rome.
We know who Constantine is.
We know.
Basically, when he painted the Cairo, when the scribe came up to him, said that the God was real. He said then he should see a sign. And
I know about the miracle of Constantine. Yep.
And yeah, that's my only point.
That's it?
So sorry. Yeah, it's literally my only point.
Well, I don't believe that happened.
I mean, believe what you want. I'm not going to yell at you. You can believe whatever you want. I support that.
Okay. Well, if that's it, then thanks for coming.
Have a nice day.
All right, cheers. Interesting.
Constantine said, "You woke me up for that."
I didn't expect a claim about Constantine to be the evidence. Welcome in, Jeff.
Or Constantine. Ugh.
Jeff, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
All of them.
All of them? What? So you're a pantheist?
I'm a Christian Buddhist.
Oh boy. And how do you know that all of the gods exist?
Because they are us.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Prove it.
What, prove that we exist?
Prove that your God exists. Because here's my theory, right? If your God is completely indistinguishable, let me try it again. If your God is indistinguishable from my butthole, I'm not inclined to believe that your God exists.
Hey, yo!
Your butthole is a god.
I know, that's what I'm saying. If your God is indistinguishable from my testes, I don't think he exists.
We are all God.
Prove it.
Prove that we are God? We're the universe.
Prove it.
What would you like as proof?
Whatever convinced you of this nonsense claim.
I got ejected out of my car going 120 miles an hour.
Okay, so your proof is that you were in a really bad car accident and you survived.
That's not exactly it, but that's one of the... Have you ever heard of quantum immortality?
I don't think I have, actually. That might be a new one for me.
It's basically... You should look it up. It's God's will, or that's just the bullshit way of putting it, but it's the string theory, basically.
It's not.
So if there's any way...
I know what string theory is. I'm looking at...
Basically, they go hand in...
I'm looking at the quantum immortality wiki page, and it doesn't say anything about string theory. It's quite literally a thought experiment.
They go hand in hand, but yes. That's basically... I've studied quantum physics for a super long time.
I'm sure you have. Do you have any credentials?
Oh, hey, Ethan.
No.
Okay, so you've studied it, but not actually in school.
No, not in school. My goal in high school was to get an F+, because we're all failures, but I want to be the best failure possible.
I do believe that. Ethan does have some studies in the sciences.
Yeah, so quantum immortality is actually a rough interpretation of what happens in the many worlds side of quantum mechanics. All it's saying is that when a quantum event happens, the universe, quote unquote, splits and a copy of you lives on.
That's the string theory. Yeah.
But no, has nothing to do with string theory. And there's another problem with it. It only happens through a pure quantum event. So unless you have some sort of like quantum device that takes in a quantum input that triggers a gun to kill you, or sorry, unalive you, excuse me, then the theorem doesn't apply. And then even from a philosophical standpoint, it doesn't make any sense because it holds the same weight as if somebody walked up behind you and took your life and you didn't know, there's nobody alive to protest it. But it has nothing to do with string theory whatsoever.
Also, I don't know why we got lots of Christians in the chat, but nobody in the guest request. Weird to me that the Holy Spirit's so weak tonight that the Christians can't get in here and talk about their deity. If I believe in a deity, like I would literally do, you'd never shut me up about it. In fact, when I was a Christian, I was doing these types of discussions, trying to convince people that my God was real.
Like I said, it's All Hallows Eve. They're feeling the wickedness of the devil.
That's what it is.
Keeping it down.
We're in a simulation.
The devil's.
That's what it is.
What are your thoughts?
All right, you got a bad echo there, Jeff. Okay, let's imagine we are in a simulation. That would actually just disprove your God is real. It just means that there's some sort of a higher form of life that put us into a simulation. Whether or not that form of life is a God, and we have no way of knowing. You have no access to the programmer of the simulation. Yeah. All right, listen, Jeff doesn't actually have anything. I'd like to move on to another Christian, but I don't see any Christians in the box. Christians muster the power of the Holy Spirit, and he dropped. Yeah, that was inevitable.
Thanks for having me.
Ethan, good to see you, man. If you're hanging around, feel free to chill out with us. Orion, welcome in.
Hey, good to see you.
Orion, we talked once before. I forget. Are you a believer?
Coming out of it a little bit.
Okay. Well, we're looking to debate believers. If you're coming out of it, I mean, I don't know if you're
I'm still a believer, though. I'm still a believer in Jesus Christ.
Okay. Are you willing to debate it?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. So, what would be some good reasons why you would want to believe in Jesus and why I would too?
Okay. Well, you know how, that there's that whole argument of, Muhammad wages war and Jesus Christ, he doesn't. But Jesus Christ didn't come here to bring peace, right? As you may know.
He said he came to bring a sword. To turn mother against daughter and father against son.
Yes, but I think that was corrupted by the Catholic Church, to be honest. I think the Catholic Church indoctrinated that Christian ideology and manipulated that.
Which scriptures are corrupted and how do you know?
How do I know? Well, that I would have to say speculation.
Okay.
I can't say it's the truth because I am not God.
Okay, so then what gives you the authority to question what parts of the Bible are true and which ones are not true?
Well, because John 19:11 is not in my Bible, which convicts the Jews of killing Jesus Christ.
But no, I'm asking you, what gives you the authority to look at the Bible and say, this isn't actually part of the Bible and this is?
Gives me the authority?
Yeah.
Because coming from a Gnostic point of view, more Luciferian actually, I am God. God
Oh, that's right. I remember talking to you now. You are God?
We are God. We're all divine.
Yeah, you're insane is what you are. You can't be a Christian and then believe that you're also God.
Well, Jesus taught us that we are divine.
He quite literally did not.
Actually, he did. Look it up.
He actually did not. I'm aware of what he says about Psalm 82. Jesus never said that we're all gods.
Well, okay.
Also, I don't believe that the New Testament's true to begin with, so I don't know why that has to do with anything.
What would give him? Well, you're asking me this question, and I'm leading up to it. What would give him the authority to say, "I am God"?
He didn't have authority. He was delusional.
So he's schizophrenic.
Yeah, he was a schizophrenic, delusional maniac that believed that he was going to be crucified and come back, resurrect from the dead, and fulfill all the messianic prophecies. And then what happened was he was crucified. He didn't fulfill any messianic prophecies. He even failed his own second coming predictions. He said Matthew chapter 16, Matthew chapter 24, that he's going to come back before his disciples had all passed away. And they're all dead now, aren't they?
Yes, we are.
Which means he's a liar.
Yeah, then every prophet that comes after him before is too.
Yep,
That's
I
the sad
agree.
part.
Yeah, they're all liars. He says, Matthew 16, 27, 28, the Son of Man will come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and he will reward each according to his works. Assuredly, I say to you, there are some standing here who shall not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. And then Jesus never came. And they're all gone.
You know, it's really unfortunate because when I actually dig into the research, I researched Sophia. Sophia. She's the one that sent Jesus Christ.
The goddess of wisdom. I know about Sophia. I don't believe in Sophia either.
Thank you, Ethan, for the $5 on Cash App. Thank you so much.
Yeah, for sure.
Or was it Venmo? Either way, thank you.
Yeah, Apple, thank you for the glasses. I see a penguin too. Thank you so much for the penguins, Ethan. Listen, Orion, I remember our conversation now. My memory has been jogged. Listen, you're in the middle of deconstructing. I don't think you're actually in a position to debate what you believe. I'm not really sure you know what you believe right now.
You're absolutely correct because I'm going to tell you something.
All right, so this is what I want you to do. I want you to join our Discord server. I want you to follow Thinker. Also goes by the handle ngrowth. And I want you to do some deconstructing before you try to debate it, because I don't think this is an appropriate place to be debating what you believe when you don't really know what you believe at the moment. And there's nothing wrong with that. You're allowed to not know what you believe sometimes, but this is a debate.
Give me a chance before you persuade me into thinking otherwise. I appreciate that.
But this is a debate, so I'm going to try to get someone in here that wants to debate, okay?
That's fine. Absolutely fine.
All right,
I'm
cheers.
sorry about the last conversation, by the way, sir.
No worries. No worries. We appreciate you, man.
You're good.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
He loves you.
He's a good kid. He's a good kid. Goblin, thank you so much for the trash panda. I really appreciate that.
Wait, trash panda. Jared, you're chirping a lot in the comment section, but I don't see you in my guest request. Why don't you come up? Because, you have a habit of jumping into other lives. Why don't you go toe-to-toe with my host?
Hey, I seen Shane.
Also, Justin, my love.
Yep.
You have your gift goal met. You need to set up a new one.
Yeah, you're right. I haven't seen that for a long time. I'm not really paying attention. I see Shane in the comments too, guys. Make sure you're dropping Shane a follow. He's one of my favorite creators. Kayak, how you doing?
Hey, good. How you doing?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes and yes.
Fantastic. And which God do you believe in?
Yahweh.
Okay, the Christian version or the Jewish version?
Both.
Oh, fair enough. So you're a Christian, right?
What does that mean?
I'm just trying to figure out your belief system. Are you a Christian?
I just told you.
Fair enough. You want to be mysterious. All right, man of mystery. You're a Christian. So what would be your best argument or your best evidence for why Yahweh is real?
Well, I mean, from studying the Bible, it's proven itself outside of time. Many times, actually.
What do you mean?
Throughout the whole book.
What do you mean outside of time?
So, like Genesis 1, I will put enmity between her seed and his seed.
That's Genesis chapter 3. Have you actually read the book?
Yes.
I'm starting to think you haven't.
Put enmity between what?
I'm starting to think you haven't.
Why?
Because you said it was in Genesis 1. It's in Genesis chapter 3, verses 14 through 15.
So my point is, when he said, I will put enmity between her seed and his seed, That was predicting a virgin birth.
First of all, it wasn't.
Right.
Ginger, thank you so much for the 2-month subscription. I appreciate that. So can you show me in here where it says anything about a virgin birth?
No, I mean, you have to think outside the box. You like doing
You
that,
mean
right?
you mean just make stuff up?
Well, does a woman have a seed?
So are you aware that the virgin birth prophecy is from Isaiah chapter 7 and not from Genesis chapter 3?
When was Isaiah written? What do you mean?
Isaiah was written in the 730s, 720s, except for second Isaiah was written after that. Second Isaiah was written in like the 540s, 530s. So which prophecy do you want to get cooked on? Do you want to get cooked on Genesis 3 or Isaiah 7?
Yes, because, I mean, when was Genesis written?
Well, Genesis was most likely written, the section you're referring to, during the Babylonian captivity. So probably actually after
Isaiah? I guess?
Yeah, so the parts of Genesis are pretty archaic and some parts are not. The part that we're reading is most likely a product of editorial work during the Babylonian exile.
That's pretty creative that they were able to kind of pull that off, don't you think?
Pull what off?
And that's just the first one. You asked me why I believe what I believe.
Pull what off?
That whole scripture where I will put enmity between her seed and his seed, talking about.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting you don't actually understand what it's saying. We'll read it for you. So
I don't understand.
In Genesis 3,
what year is it, dude? Hey, what year is it?
Who's speaking in Genesis 3?
What year is it?
It's 2024. Who's speaking in Genesis chapter 3?
2024 what?
Listen.
AD.
Anno
Domini.
Year
of our Lord.
It's not. It's 2020 CE.
You're so smart, bro.
It's 2024 CE for the Common Era. So, who's speaking in this passage?
Insufferable already. And if you do BCE, it is before Common Era or Copper Era, depending on who you ask, but you know it's all the same. Either way, those abbreviations are irrelevant, including your Anno Domini.
Fantastic. So
Anno Domini, year of our Lord. That's what
Listen,
AD means.
nobody cares what Pope Gregory did. So who's speaking in this passage?
But listen, I get that.
You actually don't get it. We're talking about what the book says. I don't care what a pope did in the middle of the 1500s.
That's fine. I get that.
So
be fair. Hold on. Can I speak?
No, you can't. We're trying to read. We're trying to read.
3,024 years since Jesus.
We're trying to read the book. Hanji, I got him. Don't worry.
Okay.
We're trying to read the book. Are you going to read the book with us?
And we're reading your God's book, your precious Yahweh.
His brain is so crosswired right now that he keeps jumping back and forth between different bad arguments. He can't stay on task and give one bad argument at a time. He has to keep jumping back and forth between various bad arguments. Kayak dude, do you know how to unmute yourself? There we go. All right, do you want to read the book with me?
Who's muting me?
I muted you. Would you like to read the book with me?
Funny how you like to mute me.
Because you can't pay attention. Listen, nobody cares about 2024. We're talking about what the book says. Do you want to read the book with me? Do you want to read the book with me?
Which one?
We're reading it right now. The passage we already brought up. It's on the screen. Are you looking at your screen?
So the Lord said, we're back in Genesis.
You brought it up, not me. Okay, so who's speaking in this passage?
Yahweh.
Fantastic. It's Yahweh. And who's he speaking to?
He's talking to Adam and Eve and the serpent.
He's talking to the serpent. It says, because you have done this, you are cursed more than all of the cattle. Although this is the New King James. Let's get a better translation. It says,
yeah, get a better translation. Let's read it in Hebrew.
Oh, do you read Hebrew?
I do.
Fantastic. So it says, the Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals. So is the snake an animal here?
That's very mysterious. I can't answer that.
Okay, so it doesn't say anything about Satan. It doesn't say anything about Satan.
Well, there's arguments there that
Also,
Satan and
when did you learn Hebrew?
what do you think it is? What do you think it is?
It's a snake. When did you learn Hebrew?
It's a snake?
Yeah, when did you learn Hebrew?
You think it was a real snake?
Do you know what the word nakash means in Hebrew?
Nakash. Do you know what Yah means?
Yeah, it's a bad name for God. Do you know what the word nakash means in Hebrew?
What are you talking about?
I'm doubting whether or not you know Hebrew. Do you know what the word nakash means in Hebrew?
Do you know what Yahshua
It
means?
means snake. Nakash in Hebrew means snake or serpent, which is what we're reading here. Yahshua is a mispronunciation of the actual name, which is Yeshua, which is a shortened name of Yehoshua, which means Yahweh is salvation. So you actually don't know Hebrew, do you?
Right. That's true.
He doesn't know Hebrew.
That's good. You're Wikipediaing it. I get it.
I'm not Wikipedian. I actually had to learn the language.
You don't know Hebrew, dude.
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
I learned it in school.
So what's the first book after the Torah? What does Torah mean?
Torah just means law or command, but typically law. But this quiz isn't actually helping your position. What you've demonstrated so far is you actually haven't read the book and you don't know Hebrew. This is going to go poorly for you. Because in the book, it says that God is talking to a snake who is one of the animals and one of the wild creatures. And this snake, because he did something, is going to crawl on his belly. Do snakes crawl on their belly?
Yes.
Does Satan crawl on his belly?
No.
Fantastic. Okay, so this is not a prophecy about Satan and Jesus. So next one, what's your next prophecy?
Oh, man.
You want to go to the virgin birth since you brought that one up?
Sure. Yeah, let's hear it.
Fantastic. Isaiah chapter 7. We're going to read the part of the prophecy that you think is about Jesus. Again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz saying, do you know who Ahaz is?
Ahaz?
Yeah. Or Ahaz? No. Okay. He's a king of Judah. And why is the prophet talking to King Ahaz?
I'm sorry, what book are we reading? What'd you say?
It's Isaiah chapter 7.
Ooh, that's an old one.
It's an old one. The same damn age as Genesis chapter 3.
Dan? No, it ain't the same age as Genesis.
Yeah, it is.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
All right, so why is Ahaz being spoken to by the prophet Isaiah? Have you read the chapter?
I don't know. He slept with his wife or something?
Not even close. King Ahaz is being attacked by two other kings. He's being attacked by the king of the Arameans, and he's being attacked by the king of the northern 10 tribes of Israel. So he's being attacked by an alliance among his own people and the Arameans, and he's afraid that his kingdom is going to fall. So the prophet Isaiah sends him a series of prophecies ensuring him that his kingdom, in fact, won't fall. And that brings us to chapter 7, verse 10, which the prophet is sent a second time to give him an oracle. And it says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals that you weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. So we can finish it, but just off the bat it says, therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign, the guy being spoken to, King Ahaz. Look, the young woman is with child. She's already pregnant. It's not about a future pregnancy. Do you know what word is here? What word in Hebrew is used here to refer to the pregnant woman? You said you spoke Hebrew.
I'm reading it. That's fascinating. That's good, dude.
The word is chara, which describes somebody who is already pregnant. It's an adjective. And she's referred to as an alma, not a Bethelot. Bethelot would be plural, actually. Bethulah would be singular. So she's a young woman. She's not a virgin. And she's not going to become pregnant in the future. She is already pregnant. It's a pregnant young woman. And it
So who
says,
do you think Mary was?
Mary was a pregnant young woman. It says, she shall eat curds and honey. I'm sorry, he shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. So right there it tells you there's a child that's already conceived. He's about to be born. And before he's old enough to know right from wrong, the two kings that are attacking you, their lands are going to be laid waste. Thank you for the ghost, Carter. That's what the prophecy is about.
That's good, dude.
So
I like it.
this happened 725 years before Jesus.
But do you know what a remez is?
I actually don't know that one off the top of my head.
It's a hint of things to come.
That's not what this is. This is a prophecy to who?
Well, I get, but if you ask a Jewish rabbi, which I don't take a lot of faith in those guys, but they will tell you that every word of God has something that applies to right now and also something in the future.
Oh, I disagree.
No, that's what that's what they say. So I think that's just
I can invite two of them in here and we can clear that up real quick.
Yeah, so, but that's a hermeneutic that they're applying to the text. I don't believe that every text has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different meanings. I think the text means what it means, and I don't apply secondary subjective meanings to the text.
Well,
thank you,
Oh,
Dr.
we
Jones.
have two of them that are already saying he's wrong.
Yeah, no, Annie, he's not referring to Pardes. He's referring to Remez, which actually is what he says. It's saying that the text is hinting at something else, but I don't believe that to be true. I don't believe that there's a hidden meaning. I don't believe that there's a hidden meaning in this text. And if there was a hidden meaning in this text, it doesn't say anything about a virgin giving birth.
It didn't? I thought it literally said virgin.
Nope. It says, therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child. Doesn't say anything about a virgin giving birth.
I'm sorry. Where's that at?
Isaiah chapter 7.
What verse? I'm looking it up.
Verse 14.
King James says virgin.
Yeah, no, because King James is not translating the actual Hebrew text. King James is supplanting the Greek text from the New Testament back into it.
Alma.
Alma, yes, doesn't mean virgin.
I mean, it can.
It doesn't.
It can.
It doesn't.
Because you say it doesn't? Like
No,
what do you
because
mean
because
I'm
the
looking
Hebrew
at it.
because the Hebrew dictionary says it doesn't.
No, I'm looking at the Hebrew dictionary.
No, you're not.
No, okay. Look up a Hebrew lexicon.
I'm about to do it right now.
Yeah, do it. I mean, I'm doing it right now.
No,
Just
you're
saying.
not.
I am.
No, you're not.
Feminine of age 59-58, a loss, as veiled or private, dasmel, a damsel, maid, or virgin. I mean, you can say it's a young woman. That's fine. I don't care.
Brown Driver Briggs Hebrew Dictionary. It's a noun, feminine, young woman, ripe sexually, a maid, or even newly married. Does it say virgin?
That's not what I got.
Does it say
That's not what I
virgin?
got.
Does it say virgin in the Brown Driver Briggs Hebrew Dictionary?
That's not what I got.
Because you're reading the Strong's Concordance, aren't you?
Of course.
Do you know what the Strong's Concordance is?
Nope.
It's a lexicon of the King James Bible. It's not a lexicon of the Hebrew Dictionary. The Strong's Concordance is only good for helping you understand what is in the King James Bible. It is not an actual Hebrew lexicon.
All right, hold on. Let me get my Hebrew Bible out and see what that word is.
It's Alma.
It's what?
Alma.
But you're saying that's a different definition.
Yes, it means young woman.
That's it?
That's what it means.
Damn. Let's look up other young women in the Bible and see if that's the word it uses.
Like a na'ar, young. That's a young boy, but there's a feminine form of it that means young woman. There's about four different ways to refer to a young woman. You could also refer to them as children, like a taf.
So why have you spent so much time learning this stuff?
Because I used to believe the nonsense that you believe, although I actually read the book, unlike you. So what I see when I read this in Hebrew, it says a young woman is pregnant. It doesn't say that there's a virgin, which would be Bethula in Hebrew. It doesn't say Bethula.
So do you believe that the people that wrote the New Testament, do you believe they died horrible deaths, proclaiming what they believed?
Yeah.
Or was that all a lie?
Yeah, they were conned, just like you were conned. Just like the believers in the branch Davidians. Just like the believers in the branch Davidians were conned. Do you think that the 70 people that were executed in the Waco siege, do you think that their willingness to be martyrs proves that their cult was real?
You think you could be skinned alive and boiled alive? And
Well, we have no evidence that any of that happened, but that doesn't answer my question. Do you believe that the people... You have no evidence that any of that happened. So
they died, right? They were martyred. You said they were martyred.
Some of them were martyred. The only evidence of martyrdom that we have two of them that were martyred in the New Testament, and we have two of them that were recorded in the epistles of Clement in chapter 5 of the epistle, and then the rest of the martyrdom accounts come from literally hundreds of years later. But that's beside the point. Let's say all of them were unalived for their faith. It means nothing to me. Do you believe that the 70-plus branch Davidians that gave their lives in the Waco siege, that their willingness to give their lives proves that their particular cult was true? Thank you for the hand hearts, Bethers.
How'd they die? They took a pill or something?
They died a terrible, brutal death in an actual building fire. Rather than leaving, they had every option to leave, and they chose not to leave. So they were in the building while it was on fire.
Yeah, they couldn't escape.
They could escape. They could escape. Yep.
They could not escape.
They literally offered. They literally offered for people to escape, which is why some of them did escape. Are you aware that there were people who willingly walked out of that building?
So do you believe in any?
Do you know that there were people that willingly walked out of that building?
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay, all of these people had the opportunity on multiple occasions to walk out of that building. They even Kayak, I don't know why you can't use your Holy Spirit to let me finish a single sentence. So they were given multiple opportunities over the course of weeks and days to leave the building. And at certain occasions, some people did actually leave the building, but a lot of them didn't leave the building. They truly believed that their cult leader was the reincarnated Jesus Christ. In fact, two of them today still believe it. There are two people that are but they're still branch Davidians. They still believe that he is the Messiah today. So
I don't know what word they have to stand on to believe that.
Well, they believe the same Bible that you believe. So does their willingness to give their lives for their faith mean that their faith is true?
I mean, if their word shows that it's outside time.
That's not my question. Does their willingness to die for their faith mean that their faith was true?
Hell no.
Okay, then I don't believe that the martyrs in the first century validates that their faith is true either. There are martyrs in every single religion.
Okay, so is Israel alive and well today?
Israel is.
Are they the dry bones that God said I will call them out?
I love Ezekiel 37. Have you actually read Ezekiel 37?
Nope, never read it in my life. Ezekiel 37, 38, like 38, 39.
Yeah, you actually haven't read it, so I'll read it for you, because Ezekiel 37 doesn't just talk about the restoration of Israel. It says it's going to happen when the Messiah. It doesn't just say that Israel is going to be restored. I'm quite literally reading the book that you brought up. So Ezekiel 37 isn't just about the restoration of Israel. It also says something's going to happen when they're restored. What's going to happen? Let's find out. It says, my servant David will be king over them, and they shall all have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They shall live in the land I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children shall live there forever, and my servant David shall be their prince forever. This was supposed to occur when the Messiah came. Did Jesus make any of this happen? Excuse me. Double blessing there. All right, fantastic. Cameron, thank you for the $2 over Venmo. Cameron says this guest doesn't even know his own book, and that's true and very common. Kayak Man, would you like to unmute yourself and comment on what Ezekiel 37 actually says?
I'm not used to this. I apologize. So, who keeps muting me?
I keep muting you because you never
Well, then
stop
that's your own
talking.
fucking fault, dude.
So
God.
it's not my
Why'd you
fault.
do that?
So I'm asking you,
and
do
you
you do you
and then
want
you're like, were you
do you
looking at
want
yourself,
do you
were you
want
looking at yourself?
do you want to talk about
You
what
went back to
Ezekiel?
Isaiah.
Do you want to talk
We're
about?
going back to Isaiah 56.
We're in Ezekiel 37, the passage that you brought up. So do you want to talk about Ezekiel 37 now?
I mean, you're kind of going back to Isaiah.
I'm not. This is quite literally
proclaiming
Ezekiel
that you're
37. So you brought up Ezekiel 37, which means
I didn't.
I went to the text and I got the text. Would you like to talk about Ezekiel 37?
I think you do. So go ahead.
I did, yes. Okay, and you were talking about the Valley of Dry Bones, weren't you?
Dry bones, yeah, that's right.
Yep, which is found
And
where in the Bible?
It's amazing, ain't it?
Which is found where in the Bible?
Who would have thought
Which is found
Israel
where in the
came back?
Bible?
Dude,
I'm going to need you to focus
ask questions
up
over
and actually pay attention to the conversation. So you
I
brought
asked
up
you a question.
you brought up the prophecy of the dry bones. And so I went the next step and I put the actual prophecy on the phone. And also, Kayak, I don't know if you know this, but when you talk while I'm talking, nobody will ever hear you. You're being saved for all of eternity on YouTube, and they're only ever going to hear you mumbling in the background. They're never going to hear a word you're saying. All they're going to hear is you crying that you can't talk over me. So I'll ask you a very easy question. Would you like to read Ezekiel 37 with me since you brought it up?
I asked you a simple question. You don't ever
Would
stop
you like to read the passage that you brought up?
Do you recognize Israel as a nation?
I do, but that's irrelevant. I'm talking about the prophecy that you brought up. Why did you bring up this prophecy?
Because they exist today after 2,000 years.
Thank you. And how did that happen?
How did that happen?
Yeah.
The Romans came in and whipped their ass.
Yeah, okay.
And sent them abroad.
That's literally the opposite. The Romans did the opposite of what they wanted.
70 AD.
In 70, yeah.
Them.
Yes, and then again in 134 to 136, I'm aware of this. So that was the opposite of what happened here. What they were predicted to do was to have the kingdom restored, and then what? Who's going to be on the throne when who's going to be on the throne?
Buckle up.
Who's going to be on the throne when the restoration happens?
The son of David.
Oh, great. Fantastic. It says my servant David, whoever that is, it's the Messiah, obviously, shall be king over them. Is there a king right now in Israel?
I think they got a prime minister.
Is there an actual king, a Messiah, who's ruling and reigning in Israel right now that has rescued all of the people?
Am I allowed to talk?
I asked you a question. That's how questions work.
I've been asking questions.
Let's get some baby bottles in the chat for the guest. He's doing a lot of crying.
Go back to Isaiah 56.
This is embarrassing. You mean Isaiah 66. You got the wrong one. How do you not know your own prophecies? The prophecy you're looking for about a nation being born in a day is in Isaiah 66, not 56. In fact, Isaiah 56 directly contradicts your Messiah. You want to read Isaiah 56 with me? Have you read Isaiah 56?
Might be 58.
I know. You have no idea what book. You have no idea what you actually want to read. I've never seen someone so overconfident that knows so little about their actual book. In Isaiah 56, I'll read it to you. I know. You've read it so many times, you've forgotten what all of it says.
I'm not so butthurt.
You've read it so many times that you've literally just forgotten it altogether.
I'm just not butthurt like you, bro.
I'm not
It's all
butthurt.
good.
Also,
are.
Corling, thank you for the $5 super chat on YouTube. I appreciate that, Corling. This is what Isaiah 56 says. It says, "The foreigners who join themselves to the Lord to minister him, to love the name of the Lord, and to be his servants, all who keep the Sabbath and do not profane it and hold fast to my covenant, these I will bring to my holy mountain and make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices will be accepted on my altar." Why is it that Isaiah 56 is saying that when Israel's restored, the foreigners, the Gentiles, are going to be bringing sacrifices to the altar in the temple?
You talking to me?
You're the only one here I'm talking to. Are you confused
Well, I mean, you keep muting me.
Are you confused about how conversations work?
Well, I don't see when I'm muted and when I can talk. So
You're talking right now, and I asked you a question. Why does Isaiah 56 say that the foreigners are going to bring their offerings and sacrifices to the altar?
the foreigners will bring. Well, look what's happening in the world right now.
Are foreigners bringing offerings and sacrifices to the temple of God?
They will soon. They probably will soon be.
Okay, so then the book of Hebrews is a lie. Because the book of Hebrews says that the Levitical priesthood was done away with. Have you read Hebrews?
The Levitical priesthood has been done away with?
Hebrews chapter 7. Galatians chapter 3. Have you never read the New Testament? Listen, I know he didn't read the Old Testament because Christians never do, but I expected that they at least read the New Testament. It says that the Levitical priesthood needed to be replaced by a greater priesthood, which Jesus represented, the priesthood of Melchizedek.
Isaiah 53.
What about Isaiah 53? I don't think you actually have. I don't think you have the boots for that hike. Have you read the rest of Isaiah, or have you actually only read that one chapter?
Never heard any of this, dude.
I know you haven't.
Read Isaiah 53 to me.
All right. Let me get Isaiah 53 pulled up just for you. We're not going to read just.
I don't know by heart.
Well, I don't have every passage memorized. I mean, at least I know the contents of the actual passages. Do you know what section Isaiah 53 finds itself in? Do you know that Isaiah is divided into 3 sections?
What kind of sections? What are you talking about? Before and after? Present?
No. So Isaiah chapter 40 begins the second section of Isaiah chapter 40 all the way to 55. And this is about the restoration of Israel after being released from Babylonian captivity. No, it wasn't. It says, "Comfort, O comfort my people, says your God. Speak tenderly to Jerusalem and cry to her that she has served her term and that she has paid her penalty." What is he referring to when he says that Israel or Jerusalem has served her term?
That's beyond us, man.
It's not beyond us. It's only beyond you. It's referring to the Babylonian captivity. All of 2nd Isaiah is dealing with the Babylonian captivity. Yeah. Do you know what the Babylonian captivity was?
You believe in that?
Do you know what the Babylonian captivity was?
You believe in the parts of the Bible are true?
Do you know what the Babylonian captivity was?
How do you know about the Babylonian captivity?
Because the Babylonians wrote about it, and so did the Bible.
How do you? Oh, so the Bible's true.
It's not true.
Just because it takes a story for
shut up, witch.
Oh, you can get the fuck out of here with that.
You're just mad because my PP is bigger than yours. It's okay, princess.
It is. It's literally a micro. You said a half of one sentence and he lost his damn mind.
Pathetic.
I am 0% surprised. Yeah, he did say that, Volvo. I'm baffled by the amount of people that get so in their feelings just hearing that you have a voice. It's wild. Steve, welcome in.
Thank you, sir. How you doing? May the Most High bless you.
Very good.
You
Are you
don't
at least
believe it or not, I'm
18
sorry.
and are you a believer? I mean, I already know you're a believer, but are you at least 18?
I'm 40-year-old and I repented of Christianity and all of religion.
Okay, so you're a believer in what now?
I serve the only God that I believe is the Father of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, God of Israel.
So the biblical God. Do
Yes.
you believe in a Trinity?
Well, Christians call the Old Testament, not come against trinities, baptisms, tongues, all of this stuff.
Do you believe that Jesus
Hold
is
on
the
just one
Messiah?
second, gentlemen. Cameron,
No.
thank you for the $1 on Venmo. I was waiting for you to say something. I am sorry. Honey, I go through this shit every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. It's just going to continue. These men are weak. Okay, continue.
Yeah, it's pretty common around here, actually. The amount of people that can't handle Hanji uttering a single sentence is wild to me. Okay, so are you Jewish then? Are you like part of the Noahide tradition or what?
No. No Judaism, none of this.
So you believe
No
in the God of the
Babylonian
Old Testament, but
calendar.
you don't believe in the Old Testament.
No, I do believe in the Old Testament. I
Well,
don't believe in the Talmudic ways and the Babylonian, Judaism ways. I just follow the Ten Commandments and I keep, Genesis, Malachi, Torah, Tanakh.
when the Old Testament says that God did a thing, can we be sure that he did it?
Oh, 1000%.
Okay, so you believe in the God of the Old Testament.
Yes.
Okay, do you believe that he gave all the laws?
Which ones?
All
The
of them.
613 or the 10?
All of them.
Will you be a little more specific, please?
All of the laws in the Old Testament, did God give them?
Yes.
Fantastic. So you do believe that all of the laws in the Torah was given by God. Fantastic. So basically, you're quasi-Jewish. That's fine. So do you follow the laws of the Old Testament?
I do. To
Okay.
an extent, I'm learning. I just got out of Christianity. I was indoctrinated since 25 years. I'm recently coming to the discoveries that you was posting up of Isaiah 7:14 and all the King James and so on and so forth. Rome, Daniel 7.
Yep. Daniel 7 clearly wasn't fulfilled in Jesus. Daniel chapter 9 clearly is about the
I do.
Maccabean revolt.
Yes, sir. And King Cyrus and the prophecy to restore the temple. And at the beginning, it says 70 weeks was decreed. I mean, God's word is faithful, so it's not going to be 2,070
Right.
weeks or whatever.
Right, yeah. And it was most likely dated from the prophecy of Jeremiah in 605 or the decree of Cyrus in 539. It certainly doesn't have anything to do with the letter given to Nehemiah in 445 or whatever. Okay, so we agree on some things, at least, that the New Testament is poppycock. But you do believe in the Old Testament and the laws of the Old Testament, and that is a bit of a problem for me. Have you read all of the laws in the Old Testament?
Working on it.
Okay. I'm going to read a law for you, and I'll get your commentary on it.
Sure.
This is in Deuteronomy 22. This might be one of my favorite laws of the Old Testament, and people who watch this stream frequently know exactly where we're going with this.
Okay.
Reactor, thank you for the 666 super chat over on YouTube. I appreciate that. And I'm going to try to read this. The message says, never Loud Boyoth 2024. I'm so sorry. I have no idea what that means. But if we go to Deuteronomy 22, verse 13, it says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. Now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. So basically what's happening here is they're saying, listen, if on the wedding night these two come together and they do the deed and there's no blood on the cloth, then she's not a virgin. And if, in fact, she's not a virgin, we've got a problem, right? So It says here, if, however, the charge is true that the evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her till she is unalive, because she has committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So do you think that young women that don't bleed on their wedding night should be executed?
Well, define like don't bleed. Like, are they not virgins and lying that they're virgins? They've never been with other men, or like, bearing false,
Well, there's
false
an
witness,
there's an implication
lying in a
here.
sense.
There's an implication here that the young woman was most likely sold as a virgin, which means she lied about her virginity. So if a young woman is sold and married off as a virgin, and it turns out that she doesn't bleed on her wedding night, should she be executed?
I mean, according to the law, then if she lied, she lied. And, it was a scandal. It was broken the law. What can I say?
Are you aware that only about 45% of women bleed the first time they do the deed?
I'll be saying that she wasn't a virgin and she was not a prostitute, and maybe she just didn't, excuse my language, her, Sarah didn't break. What's going on there? I don't know.
Put it to you like this, guest, because I have no fear in anything. No deities, no man. I did not bleed my first time. So because I did not bleed my first time, they would have automatically assumed that I already wasn't a virgin. So I would have been stoned to unalivement. I would have been an
It was you like in
innocent
the same
casualty.
situation though, but like put into
Yes.
slavery and sent, if that was the hypothetical situation, or
Carrie,
Did
Melanie.
he not hear what I said?
No, he didn't. Carrie, thank you for the face paint, and same for Melanie and Eggs. What she's saying is that she did, according to the law, she would be an innocent victim. She didn't bleed her first time, which means she would have been executed. In fact, I already see people putting 1 in the chat because they know what's about to happen. All the women in the chat, put a 1 in the chat if you didn't bleed your first time.
Look, bro, I don't know about the statistics of who bleeds and who don't bleed. I do know that this was, the way of vindication of virginity. I mean, this is the way we've all learned throughout time. I guess it's one of the major indications to prove virginity. And, if this was in this passage being played with and fondled and sold as, there's a lot of speculation going on here that not only is she, liable to be punished, but also the people who sold her. Making that false claim that she was a virgin.
That's irrelevant. I'm asking about whether or not it's okay that God is sentencing innocent.
Down to her being a liar.
I'm
And the
asking.
people being a liar.
I'm asking
So I
about
think
the women.
that
I'm asking about the women that don't bleed that are actually virgins, because only about 45% of women bleed the first time they do the deed. Is it a problem that your particular God doesn't know how the female body works?
I don't think he doesn't know how the female body works. I don't think that would have been the case, in honesty.
Does your God know that only 45% of women bleed their first time?
Of course.
So then he knows that a little over half of the women that would have been executed are going to be innocent.
I don't think he'd allow execution. More importantly, he knows that this person is a liar here.
I thank you so much for the face paint, Sherry. You're not
You know what
you're
I'm
not
saying?
addressing what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the woman who lied. That's a separate issue.
Well, that's the whole context.
That's
here.
not
This is
the whole
reason why she was stoned.
Steve, pay
It
attention.
wasn't the statistics
Steve,
of 45%.
bro, take a chill pill, okay? I'm talking about the women that do not bleed their first time doing the deed. What are we supposed to do with them? Because we can't just stone them.
We're talking about a liar over here in the text. That's hypothetical.
We're not talking about a liar. We're talking about a woman who didn't bleed and is still a virgin.
But she was proven to be a liar. And a
She
prostitute.
wasn't, Stephen.
What do you mean she wasn't?
Because the only proof you have is the bloody sheet. But only 50% of women, actually a little bit less than that, bleed their first time. Which means if there's no blood, it's not conclusive evidence that she wasn't a virgin.
So what what would be your determination of the situation?
Well, I wouldn't
What do you
determine
get out of it?
anything in this situation. I don't think we should be stoning women for not being virgins. That's the second problem, is that you think it's okay to stone women to death because they lied about their virginity. Do you think that we should be doing that?
Do you think liars should be allowed at all in general?
Actually, I think they should be allowed, but I don't think you believe that. Do you think that we should stone liars?
I don't think people should bear any false witness of, especially upon, like the commandment says,
Yeah,
don't do none of this stuff.
I'm sure. Gina, thank you for the $10 over Venmo. Gina says the Bible was written by racist misogynists to justify their appalling treatment of other humans they considered inferior, and I agree wholeheartedly with that. So,
Ra.
okay,
This is
so
morality, guys.
so do
They
you
shouldn't
believe?
lie.
Hold on, Steve. You're telling me that this young woman should be stoned because she lied, right? So you believe liars should be stoned?
If they was plotting to commit atrocities and it was something that
Steve
was all,
didn't say nothing
BS,
about
yes.
atrocities. I'm asking you, if a woman lies about her virginity, should she be stoned?
According to law, yes.
Okay, so when other people lie, should they be stoned?
According to law, depending if they break a law, yes.
Okay, so then why, in this particular passage, is the man not stoned? It says in verse 18, the elders of the town shall take the man and punish him. They shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, which they shall give to the young woman's father, because he has slandered a virgin in Israel. So if it turns out that the man is lying, he just pays a fine. But if the young woman is found to be lying, based on faulty evidence, again, then she gets stoned to death. And you think that's fair?
Well, then we have to ask ourselves, did the guy really check her virginity, or was he just told probably the same lie she told her husband?
It doesn't matter.
Or
I'm
the guy
asking
she
you
married? Of
why
course it
if
matters.
I'm asking you why if
If
she
the
is
seller-
lying, Steve, focus up here. Focus. I'm asking you why if she's caught lying, she's executed. If he's caught lying, he pays a fine. Why the difference?
Steve is definitely showing his I hate women card very strongly.
Yeah.
And should be kept away from women.
Someone check his browser history and his basement.
He can't go by checking her virginity.
Steve,
He
did
only
you
can go by
Steve,
what she was told.
Steve, did you hear my question?
Yes.
Okay, what was
How
my
come
question?
He's getting fined. How come he's getting fined and she's getting stoned?
That's right. Yeah. Why, when one person lies, they get stoned, and when
Right.
another person lies, they pay a fine? Why the difference?
Okay, so he can't check the lady's virginity.
Steve, that has nothing to do with my question. I'm asking about why one person lying is punished differently than another person lying.
Because of the difference of the crime.
Oh, so what's the difference? So not being a virgin is more of a crime than lying.
That's the true crime right there.
The
other guy selling
there's-
and lying, he was just
There's no
maybe BS.
there's no law against marrying non-virgins. The only crime committed here is lying.
No, this not
So
right. It's
so
not a
being
law, but
so
this
being
is
a virgin
lying,
so
right.
being a virgin or not being a virgin isn't a crime. The only crime committed here on either party is lying. One is a lying about being a virgin, and one is lying about not being a virgin. So I want to know why the man isn't given the same treatment for lying.
Because he can't test the woman's virginity.
He literally can. We just read the test. The test is the sheet.
How does
The
how
sheet
does he test
determines
it?
the sheet determines whether he's lying or she's lying.
Are you talking about the guy who sold her or the guy that married her?
Talking about the guy that accused her. Do you understand? Did you pay attention when I read the passage?
I did.
Okay. And who's accusing the young woman of not being a virgin?
The one who got with her.
That's right. The one. Okay. And if he's lying, what happens?
He gets fined.
And if she's lying, what happens?
He gets murdered.
That's right. So why is there a disparity? Why does one person lying have a greater result or a greater consequence than the other person lying?
Do you see the difference in the crime, though?
No, they're both lying.
Mm-hmm. I see the difference of the crime being the virgin lying.
There's no crime against not being a virgin.
Well, the fact that she lied about it was the crime.
It's irrelevant. It's a lie. The crime is lying.
Funny how they only focus on the women but not the men. Why don't men have a certain
Well, I mean, like,
test?
I could agree that him being charged and stoned too. I don't know why God is not doing it, but I could agree to it if that was the case. Yeah, if God said he's
Yes.
going to be stoned for lying, I'd say, okay. What
Yeah.
am I going to say? I didn't say anything about it.
That would be the fair thing to do, is to say that if she lies, she's stoned.
I
If he
agree.
lies, then he's stoned. But that's not what we find. What we find is that the God of this Bible wants to execute women but not execute men. Have you
He
read the book of
also
Numbers?
executed men. I'm reading it as we speak, actually, a little bit into it.
Have you got to chapter 15 yet?
I'm at where the guy was riding the donkey, and I forget his name,
Chapter
Moab or
22.
yes,
Yeah, that's Balaam riding the donkey. He's
Balaam.
being called
Yes,
by King Balak of
yes,
Moab. Yeah,
yes,
so you've already been through
yes. This is
15. Okay, so we find something really interesting in chapter 15. It should be right here. When the Israelites were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath day. Those who
right.
found him gathering sticks brought him to Moses, Aaron, and the whole congregation, and they put him in custody because it was not clear what should be done to him. So there's a man picking up sticks, and they're not sure what to do with him, even though there are laws about not working on the Sabbath. Why are they not sure what to do with this guy?
Well, I'm sure you read the continuing context. This guy wasn't just working on the Sabbath. He's actually not even following the Sabbath. He was an outside heathen, a pagan.
That's not none of
Who
that's in the
was?
text.
It is.
Literally
It
none.
is. He
Literally
was
none of that's
sit-
okay. Show me the verse where it says he was an outside heathen.
If you continue reading, you
Steve,
see that he
show
wasn't.
me the verse where it says that.
Can I explain it? You could see it.
Show me the verse. Is it here on the screen?
No, it's not there on the screen. But
That's
if you
the end.
continue reading
That's the end of the
passage,
chapter. That's the end of the chapter.
you know what happens after, right?
Yeah,
They
he
go
gets
to court.
stoned.
Right, and Moses is told to murder him, right? And then we
Yes.
find out what was this guy doing. He was gathering sticks with the opposing people to
No,
come
it
against
doesn't say
Moses
that.
and perform a
None
sacrifice.
none
Oh
of
yeah.
that's true, Steve. Okay,
Oh,
so
1000%.
okay, I will bet you right now $100. Everybody here on this live is hearing the bet. I will bet you $100. I will Venmo you $100 if you can show me where this man picking up sticks was in cahoots with the foreigners.
Just continue reading the context and you'd see.
Okay. The next verse is the fringes on the garment. The Lord said to Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and tell them to make fringes on their garments." Does he appear in this part?
Well, after, when they get to the judgment part, when they bring
Show
him there, you're
show
going to
me.
see what happens.
Okay, you're going to
It's the
get
context.
it's literally on the screen. You haven't read the context. Okay, so I'll fill you in as to what's happening. They don't know what to do with him because they don't know if picking up sticks on the Sabbath is actually doing work. So it says,
That's
when
not
the
the work.
Israelites were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath day. Those who found him gathering sticks brought him to Moses, Aaron, and the whole congregation. They put him in custody because it was not clear what should be done to him. Then the Lord said to Moses, "The man shall be put to death. All the congregation shall stone him outside the camp." The whole congregation brought him outside the camp and stoned him to death, just as the Lord commanded. Didn't say anything about being an outsider. Didn't say anything about foreign worship.
Keep going. Keep going.
The next verse is about the fringes on the garment, dullard. Why
The
do you
story
keep
continues.
insisting? It doesn't continue.
Story
It says, "The
continues,
Lord
right,
said to
it
Moses,
does.
Speak to the Israelites and tell them to make fringes on the corners of their garments throughout the generations and to put a blue cord on." Show me the verse where this man comes up again.
Bro, is it just one verse or is the whole context? Is that what you do? Or you just a one-liner
Steve,
guy? Or you context?
you're making the claim. You tell me which verse this guy shows up again.
Okay, so I'm unmuted now. I don't know the verse off my top of my head.
Okay, so
But if you continue
is
reading,
is
the
he
story will
is
fill
he
out.
is he in this paragraph?
At there, no. But
All
he
right,
shows up again.
that's the end of the chapter. He doesn't show up again because he's dead.
He's not dead yet.
He's dead. He was stoned.
Where at? Where does it say he was stoned at?
We literally just read it.
Go ahead. Let's
It
go
says
again.
the whole the whole congregation brought him outside the camp and stoned him. He's dead. He's gone.
Stop.
Were you
It hasn't
listening?
happened yet. Do you see it say they shall? It hasn't happened.
It says 36. The whole congregation brought him outside the camp and stoned him. That's in the past tense.
Right?
He's dead. He doesn't show up again.
Did you go previous to find out what was he doing? Picking up the sticks. Where did he come
He's never mentioned again in the book. That's the only mention. He's not anywhere in any prior chapters. His name's not given. It's just a random dude picking up sticks.
I remember reading this passage, and he was a part of. If you continue reading more,
You're a liar.
this is what he was doing. No, I'm not.
You're
I said,
lying.
bro,
Maybe we should stone
I
him
could-
to
I could bring up the
unalivement,
whole
seeing as
Bible.
he keeps lying in
Actually,
Scripture.
yeah, Steve
I'm
is
not.
lying. We need to stone Steve.
Actually not.
Let's get
I'm
some.
not.
Let's
But
get
if I
some
am
Dougs.
lying,
Let's get some Dougs in the
if I
chat
am
for
lying, I
Steve.
deserve to be stoned. But the
I
story
want to.
continues.
I want to see a
was
litany
working with the
of
opposing
Doug
people.
emotes in the
You
chat
can
for this
shut your
guy.
mouth.
All right, so Steve, the thing you're saying about this guy is not actually in the book, and
You know he was
uh,
working with the opposing kings.
show me the verse.
I think it's previous.
It's not previous. Tell me the verse, and I'll read it for you.
Give me a second. Let me see if I can find some information for you.
These people lying on their book is unreal.
No, bro, we're not lying, bro. This is not lying. I got no reason to lie.
Steve's gonna get
Bro. I'm not trying to
stoned.
stick up for anybody. If I'm a liar, then stoned I should deserve to be, bro.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
Along with other reasons.
I bet. But
Yeah.
following God's word
I
is,
don't
I don't
bet.
think, a reason.
I know. There's a difference. I don't bet. I know.
I'm sure we all deserve to be stoned in some way.
No, we don't. That's a horrific
So
outview on life.
you don't think there's
Steve,
no moral law?
stay on
People should
task.
murder?
Stay on task. Go
People
look. Go find your verse,
Yeah, I'm
Steve.
getting. But I'm saying, you guys think people should
Steve,
murder
go
and
find
commit
your
lies?
verse.
It's continued reading. It's gonna take a little more time than that. I'm loading up my computer. You gotta give me a few seconds when my computer turns on, bro. You heard?
Tiff, thank you for the subscription. Steve, did you find it?
My computer's loading up. Can you see?
Yeah, I can see it.
Just give me a second. Get this stuff done because it was hibernating.
No pressure at all. You got $100 writing on this, I think.
No, it's not about the money, bro. I'm good. It ain't about the money, bro. I don't want no cash. I'm good.
Do I get an apology when you're wrong?
Sure, if I'm wrong, yeah, of course. I got no shame in my game, bro. Just telling you what I've learned to understand.
Mm-hmm. Johnny,
Possible we're all wrong, sure.
yeah, it's possible that we're all wrong. I agree with that. But I don't agree that the God of this book could be a real God. I think the God of the book is
Well, can I just ask you out of
is
curiosity?
a
Is
is
there
a
a God?
horrible.
Is there a creator?
The God of this book is a horrible creation of mankind.
Is there a creator though, in essence, or
I don't
it's
believe so.
just relativity or Big Bang and that type or whatever it's called?
Nope, I don't believe in any gods. I would want to hear evidence for that God before I believe in it. But I'm still waiting for the verse you're looking up.
Yeah.
He ain't gonna find it. Run me my money.
He's not gonna find it. He's not gonna find it. I'll give you a hint. It's not in there. I've read the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. I told you I was recently reading these stories. Second.
All right. Well, I'll make you a deal, Steve. You find the verse,
Talk to me.
get back in the guest queue. I'll pull you up as soon as you find it, okay? All
Appreciate you, bro.
right. Cheers, man.
You too.
All right. Well, at least he wasn't a Christian. We can say that about him. He's not going to find the verse. He won't be back. He definitely will not be back. Captain Redbeard, how you doing?
Blessed. How are you?
I'm doing...
Sorry, hold on. I'm having technical difficulties here.
Sure, yeah, no problems. Captain, are you at least 18?
Okay. Yes, 36.
Fantastic. And are you a believer?
Yes.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
Dr. Joe in the house.
Oh, yeah, big W, Dr. Joe.
So, I just believe in God.
Not a specific God.
God in general. G-O. Yeah, nothing specific, but God.
Does it have a name?
The Trinity, yes.
So you're a Christian.
The Trinity.
So you're a lukewarm Christian.
No,
Why wouldn't you just say you're a Christian?
Well, some of the points that you make, some of the points that you make are legit, right? There's the legitimacy to the points that you make on here, and it does make me question things, but ultimately not my faith in God. That basis is on my personal testimony. However, my one bit of proof that I have outside of my own personal testimony is just the collaboration of the Bible itself and how it has stood the test of time. How and why?
I mean, it's old.
Done that. If it wasn't something, well, it's old and it's here. It's still here.
So are the Vedas.
It's still here living in our.
So are the Vedas. Have you read the Vedas?
No, and I haven't even heard of them. So that speaks. No, that doesn't tell me
So are
anything.
Steelies.
Yeah,
Have you ever heard of Steelies?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
It's okay. There's gonna be some lag because you have bars. So are Steelies and papyri. You ever heard of Steelies and papyri?
No, ma'am. I have not.
We've got lots of texts from the ancient world. The Vedas were written between 1500 and 500 BCE. So pretty damn old.
Right, but why aren't they? They're not present in our society, in our world today. They aren't
Yeah, they are.
just living.
Yes,
they
they
aren't
are.
living.
Yeah, they are.
in the-
They're the sacred.
I mean,
they're the text
I
of
wouldn't say
the.
that
They're
because I
the.
don't-
Have you been to
They've
India,
never been, brought up?
Captain? Have you been to India?
No.
Are they Christian or are they Hindu?
Hindu and Muslim. It's
Are
like
you
a half
asking
and
me
half.
about the?
The religion of India, are they Christian or are they Hindus?
I heard a lot of them were converting to Christianity.
They're not, and that's not my question. What is the primary religion of India?
Hindu, right?
Yeah.
I assume.
Yes, and what are their sacred texts
I don't
called?
know anything about that. I don't know anything about the religion. I
Yes.
don't know anything about Hinduism. I
Yes,
honestly don't know.
their sacred texts are the Vedas, which are old and have withstood the test of time. So then, does that mean that the Vedas are all true?
No, but they haven't spanned in the same way the Bible has.
Yeah, they have.
Can you say that they've spanned in the same way? Or do we have debates on the Hindu stuff
Yeah,
now?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. There are Hindu
as much.
There are Hindu apologists on TikTok right now doing the same thing you're doing. I follow some of them. 15% of the world religion falls under Hinduism. 15%. That's a lot of people. So your point of argumentation is not a your point of argumentation is not a good one. You can't say that the Bible is true just because it's old and people still believe it. It means nothing to me.
What are you drinking this time?
It's Dr. Pepper, but I got it in an
just
insulated can. Listen, Captain, you got to really.
I need one of those.
Dude, listen, I got mine at Menards, and it's phenomenal.
What is that? Menards?
It keeps it cold for like 2 hours. Captain, do you have any more arguments? Your leg is Captain. Your leg is really bad.
I just wonder if why did it stand such a test of time if it were, so dismissible, like
Because
so
nobody's
wrong,
reading it. Because
nobody's reading it, and people were threatened by it.
Yeah, nobody's reading it, and it was forced upon people by the sword. That's why. And a lot of them are just afraid to go to hell.
But still to this day, it's not like nobody's holding a sword to people's throats, but they still believe.
Yeah. Because their forefathers believed, and their family believed before them, so on and so forth. And initially, it was spread by the sword. So whether or not it's popular has nothing to do with whether or not it's true. When Islam is more predominant than Christianity, does that mean Islam's true?
You're saying it is or it's not?
When Islam is more predominant as a religion, which it will be in about 10 or 15 years, does that mean that Islam will be true?
I don't want to think in hypothetical.
Captain, I need you to focus. It's not a hypothetical. Islam is growing at a rapid pace, and right now, within a span of about 10 or 15 years, they're going to overtake Christianity as the most popular religion. So I'm just literally asking you, if and when that happens, does that mean that Islam is true?
Maybe. It would be a strong argument, wouldn't it?
No, it's a bullshit argument. People believing something doesn't make it true. When everybody believed that the earth is flat, does that mean the earth was flat?
If it outdid the opposing argument, if the popular opinion was that the world was round and all of a sudden everybody thought it was flat, and that became the popular opinion, wouldn't that...
Is the earth flat?
It's both. Remember? I brought that up last time.
I have literally no idea who you are. I don't remember talking to you. Do you believe that the earth is flat?
It's both round and flat. We live on a round planet and we walk on its flat surface.
Is the earth a globe?
Yes.
Fantastic. That's what I'm asking. So you don't believe the earth is flat?
No.
Cool. Okay.
Well,
so
we walk on its flat surface.
Right. And so when everyone believed it was flat, that didn't mean that it was flat, did it?
Well, I think they took it out of context. They're just meaning that it was
That's
flat
not an answer to my question at all. And if I were you, I'd avoid answering you simple yes or no questions as well. Did everyone believe that the earth was flat back in the day?
I can't say what they believe.
Did everyone believe back in the day that the earth was flat?
Oh, for the love of Zeus. Yes, Justin, they did.
Yes, they did. All right, listen, Captain, as much as I enjoyed you dodging questions and lagging, I'm going to get somebody else in here that wants to have an actual discussion.
Thinking about the question.
All right, and we're on to the next. Let's try this again with somebody else. Hopefully they don't have a lag, and we can get a more productive conversation in. That was painful. Why is my live access suspended? Well, I'm gonna get the live restarted with my backup account. So give me just a second. I'll take care of that. It looks like I'm gonna have to move this screen real quick. And I'm gonna log in without without you guys seeing what my passcode is. Give me 1 second, guys. Fantastic. All right, so I'll log in with the backup account for everyone over on YouTube watching, and then we'll keep things rolling on the backup account. I just got to remember what my actual login is on my backup account. Give me a second. I've got 2 of them, so it shouldn't be too hard to take care of. See if that logs in. Okay, we are logging in with the backup. The backup is logged in, so we're good to go there. So give me just a second, and we'll get things going here, guys. I'm gonna get this subscriber goal off the screen, and bada bing, bada boom, we're live again. We're back on it, guys. We're back on it. No access. Wait. Oh, my backup account doesn't have access to to TikTok Live Studio. Of course it doesn't. Oh, it's so annoying. Okay, I'm gonna have to request access for Live Studio on my backup account. Oh, it's the worst. It's the literal worst. Okay, so then what we'll have to do then, I'll have to go live from the backup account on my actual phone. And then I'll have to record it from the actual internet browser over to YouTube. All right, give me a second. Actually, well, let me see if we can get here. All right, so I'm gonna go to the internet browser and get that on the screen. We're gonna go TikTok.com.
Heaven, your hobbies are kind of your work, right? So that's
Okay, so we only do hobbies.
yes. There's something you're doing that you
I sounded like Kunta talking to Mezzo there. I don't know why he wastes so much time doing these. He's not a good debater. So this is what we're going to be doing. If you're on TikTok, we're going to be watching the Deconstruction Zone backup account go live. Let me get my phone set up. Actually, I'm not really sure where my phone stand went to. I had a phone stand. Now I don't know where I put it. Give me 1 second to find my phone stand. That's right. I am using the backup. Give me 1 second. My backup account doesn't have access. All right, 1 second. All right, I don't know if the stream over to YouTube is going to work or not. We'll have to try this one out. Give it a second. Now, I've got the stream open on the phone on the backup account. I don't know if I have it working on YouTube. Somebody on the YouTube stream, let me know if you can hear the audio from my computer. Anyways, welcome in, guys. Oh, Ian just cooked Darth Dawkins. Hear the audio from my computer. Anyways, welcome in, guys. Oh, Ian just cooked Darth Dawkins. I'm a little upset that I didn't get to see that. Welcome in, Hanji.
Baby, I'm staying on my main account. In case of anything, I do have my backup, but wow. Wow.
Yeah, listen, a lot of people got axed tonight. Skits got axed earlier tonight. Oh, I'm hearing from Megs that YouTube is working, so YouTube can hear the audio, see and hear. It's on the browser. It's a little bit different than normal. We're not going to go all the way till midnight tonight. I got to get to bed a little bit, but let's take another guest here. And my live wasn't even appealable. It added another strike to my live. It didn't let me appeal it. It just said a new strike has been added for suggestive content. I assume because we were talking about Deuteronomy 22, but it didn't come up while we were talking about Deuteronomy 22. It came up way later. So I have no idea why it waited so long for the strike to be added, and I can't appeal it at all. I might actually have to go and get myself an agency and have the agency appeal it for me. But either way, welcome in, Josh.
Okay.
Hello.
Josh, are you a believer?
I believe in a God, yes.
Sure. And are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 35.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
Christian God, kinda. I believe that there's just like the one God kind of thing.
Do you believe in the Trinity?
No.
Okay. So you believe in the God of the Old Testament?
Sorry.
You believe in the God of the Old Testament, right?
Not really. I believe in I believe that there's evolution.
Sure.
I kind of had like a mixed belief system. I believe that there is a creator. I just don't believe that God has complete control. I don't.
Yeah, but my question is, if you have a belief in God, what is the thing that is leading you to believe that it's the God of the Bible or even related to the God of the Bible?
I don't even really believe that anything in the Bible is true. I don't.
Okay. Didn't you say that you believe in like the God of Christianity?
In the sense that it's one God. There's one God, not like many gods. Like Hinduism has beliefs of many gods, and multiple other religions have beliefs of many gods.
So you don't believe in the God of Christianity?
I guess not, no. I just believe that it's one God kind of thing.
Okay, and why is that the case? Why do you believe in any gods?
Just, I find it hard to believe that all of this just came from nothing.
I don't believe that either, so I don't know why you would think that anyone would believe
like
that.
The Big Bang, like I believe like there was an entity that started that.
Right, but I don't believe that something came from nothing, and neither do you. So who believes that something came from nothing?
Well, isn't that what the Big Bang is? That there was nothing and then the Big Bang happened and...
No.
Just understand that.
There's not like a scientific consensus as to what was before the Big Bang, but I mean the current models, the current people in the field are suggesting that there was something before the Big Bang. We just have no tools to investigate what that thing is. So like if matter, if something can't come from nothing, if that's a principle that we believe, then that just means that matter, space, and time are eternal. It doesn't mean that God exists.
Okay, maybe I'm not good at arguing my point, I guess. If you want to kick me out, that's fine.
All right, no worries. Thanks for being here, man. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Cheers, Josh. Well, you know, he did what he could. We'll get the next guest in here. Doesn't make sense.
Wait. So before we start, did it give you a date? Like, did it say Monday the 6th?
Yeah, November 6th. Yep.
Oh, yeah, November. Yeah. Okay, so we got the same day. That's weird. Why is it that I was able to... I didn't get a strike, though. That's...
Oh, wait, you got reported too?
Yeah?
What the hell do you get reported for?
Criminal activity?
Criminal activity? How are we being reported for this nonsense and they're not even letting us appeal it? Did they let you appeal yours?
They did. I got appealed within like 3 minutes.
They wouldn't even let me appeal mine.
What the fuck?
They slapped a strike on my account and said no appeals. Oh well.
Okay.
This is why when TikTok dies, when they're no longer with us because the U.S. government bans us, somebody else will fill in. Somebody else will figure out how to do these lives, and they'll be doing it better than TikTok, and then TikTok will never come back because literally the only thing TikTok provides is an interface. Once somebody else is doing this interface, people are going to be like, yeah, I've had enough of this bullshit, getting strikes and getting my account banned every other week for nonsense. Does it make sense? Welcome in.
Hey.
So are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm 33 and
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
Jesus Christ.
What's the evidence or the argument for this God being real?
You Satan.
No, I'm not. Satan's not real.
You a liar. You the devil.
I'm not. Satan's not real.
Yeah, you're not real because you're Satan. You're a liar.
I am real. I'm a human being, and
You a
Satan's not
liar.
real. So what's the
You
evidence that?
Satan.
What's the evidence that your God's real?
You the devil.
I'm not.
You a liar.
I'm not.
You Satan.
I'm not.
You the
How are you
red
the
devil.
And well, last I checked, he doesn't look red to me. And how is he the devil and a liar?
He's Satan. He the devil. He
What
a
did I lie
liar. And
about?
he's fallen.
What did I lie about?
I mean, I wish he would fall into my bed, but you know, that's neither here nor there. What
That's
makes that assumption for you to think that he is the devil?
a really weird argument. Yeah.
God told me that you're the devil.
Oh, God speaks to you? Can you get a revelation from God for us?
You the devil, Satan.
Can you get a revelation from God that's testable?
You the devil, Satan. And
Can
you're
you get a
So that's
revelation?
because you're
and you're
light skinned.
fallen. And you're scared.
Can you?
And
I'm
your
definitely
life is
not
over.
scared. Can you give us a revelation from God that's testable?
You Satan. You the
Can
devil.
you-
That's all the revelation
Can you
need.
supply a testable revelation from God?
You are Satan.
That's adorable, but that's not testable. Can you give us a testable message
You
from
the
God?
devil. You the devil.
And
I
you're
can see
very
you, devil.
confused. So
Yeah, of course, Satan.
okay,
would
so
say I'm
your God.
confused. You the
Okay, so
devil.
you're okay. Well, I'm more powerful than your God. Why isn't your God wiping me out? Oh, and he's gone, or she. I couldn't tell.
0 followers and 0 following. It was a trash account.
Yeah, it was just a burner account. They just came up here to call me names they didn't actually want to come and debate, or else they would have used a real account, not a burner account. But at least it was fitting. The burner account got cooked. Anyways, let's see now. I've got nobody in my guest queue. Christians, if you're in the chat, go ahead and get in my box. I mean, while it lasts, I'm sure this count will get reported to for nonsense because Christians can't actually defend their God. The only thing they can do is endlessly report other people's accounts that are debating against their God because their God actually has no power.
None.
There is
Whatsoever.
no power in the name of Jesus. 0. Yeah, there's no TikTok Studio on this account, Fire. I'm gonna see if I can apply for TikTok Studio on this account, because I no longer even have an apparatus to hold my phone. I'm literally holding it with my hand now. But Josh, welcome in.
Hi, I'm back. Sorry. I
thought you were here once already.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one more point, and it's probably a stupid point, but I kind of came up with this myself, is that I think when God was talking about Adam and Eve, people just the person that he was talking to about it misunderstood, and he was talking about atoms and evolution.
About atoms?
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
ATOM?
Yeah.
That's a dope thought.
How did you come to that conclusion?
I don't know. I was just hearing. I think you were talking about him earlier. I was in the Ian's chat earlier, and someone was bringing it up, and it kind of just clicked in my head that they kind of sound like Adam and atoms.
What language was the Bible written in?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Hebrew?
well, the Old Testament's in Hebrew.
Aramaic and Greek.
Yeah, so in the Old Testament, we learn about Adam, and that's from the derivative Adamah, which means like earth. So Adam is named Adam because he's from the earth. That's Adam. Atom is different. It's Atom. They sound alike, but we're talking about two different languages. We're talking in English. Are you aware that in Hebrew they would have a different word for the thing we call an atom?
Oh, no, I would not have thought of that.
Right. All right. But
Okay.
I mean, fair enough.
It was just a weird and funny thought, but thank you for disproving it.
Honestly,
Yeah,
I
no
fucks
problem.
with it. Atom and evolution.
Wait, what?
I like that. His thought process of atom and evolution, like atoms and evolution. That's pretty.
It's interesting. All right, Josh, thanks so much for coming up, man.
Okay, thank you.
All right, cheers.
You know me, I'm more open-minded. I legit
Yeah.
like that. That was pretty cool.
If there's anyone in the comments here who does TikTok lives, thank you, Deconstruction Potato. If there's anyone here doing TikTok lives, if you have a good agent, let me know. I know that if you have a good agent, they can get like the strikes removed off your account and get your account unbanned. I currently don't have an agent because I usually don't get banned. It just happens to be like in the last 2 weeks or so that believers have been reporting my lives endlessly for the most minute things. I don't break the rules, but I get reported sometimes in waves by really butthurt believers. Thank you so much, Deconstruction Potato. I appreciate that. DeSomis, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Doing good. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm both.
Fantastic. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in the God of the Bible. I believe that Jesus Christ is Lord.
Fantastic.
And that every
And-
knee will bow and every tongue will confess that Jesus is Lord.
Yeah, I'm
including
sure.
you.
So what would be the best evidence or the best argument for why this God is real?
Creation.
Creation doesn't lead to your God. Creation, if
Yes,
it
it
led
does.
to anything, could be evolution. It could be the Greek gods. Could be the Hindu
said
gods.
evolution.
It could be the.
He said evolution.
Listen, I'm sorry that you're allergic to science
Bro,
textbooks.
stop it, bro.
But you're actually.
Let me tell you something.
Let me tell
something.
you something. If you want to respond to what I say, you have to listen to what I say first. I don't know if you know this, but you can't listen while you're talking. So, very simple. Even if there was such a thing as a creation, it doesn't point to your specific God. It could be the product of magic farting ponies. It could be the product of the Greek pantheon. It could be a product of the Ugaritic pantheon. I want to know what is the evidence of your specific deity, your specific religion being real. That's right, Celt. They are really annoying tonight.
Okay. Let me touch on your point that you made about evolution. If you believe in evolution in whatever form you believe in it, then you, my friend, you have more faith than I could ever have, and you should be teaching a class on faith.
No, I definitely don't have any faith.
No, listen.
So,
listen.
no, I'm not
Let me
going to
finish my
listen.
point. Let me finish.
I'm not going to let you finish your point. So, again, we're talking about whether or not your God is real.
The amount of mental gymnastics that you guys have is amazing.
even if the evolutionary model tomorrow fell apart and we had to come up with another model, it still wouldn't prove your specific God being real. I want to know, what is the evidence for your specific God? You can't prove your God to be real by
can I answer that?
discrediting science. So what is the evidence for your God?
Well, you know, science points to God, right? But okay.
I want to know the evidence.
Okay, I'll let you hear. I'll let you. Here,
Thank you for
I
the
told
baby
you.
dragon.
I told you. Creation points to God, right?
It doesn't.
Creation. Yes, it does.
I disagree.
Yes, it does.
Prove
so
it.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Prove it.
Do you believe that?
Prove
can
it.
I ask you a question, or
Prove it.
Or is this what we're gonna do?
I'm going to ask you to prove that creation comes from your God.
Let me tell you something. You will.
Let me tell you something. You're on my live. I
are
won't
going to pay for your lose.
I won't be bowing to anything. What's the evidence that your God is real, other than you spazzing
you will
out?
Pay for your big tongue.
Other than you absolutely spiraling out, a grown ass man on somebody else's live, completely spiraling out of control. Is that the evidence that your God is real? Is you just losing your mind?
Listen, you don't like the truth, but you will bow.
I want to know the evidence. I don't care about your
crazy
you won't let me. End times claims. Can you talk about the evidence, or do you just want to make silly threats?
You won't let me,
because I could do this all night.
You won't let me. You won't let me.
I'm asking you, what is the evidence? Thank you, Shayna.
You just keep talking over me.
What is
I keep
the
trying to get to my point.
I'm waiting for the point.
You're a closet homo. That's what it is.
What is the evidence?
You're a closet homo. That's what it is.
I'm actually
You're a closeted homo.
I'm not.
You're a closeted homo. That's what it is.
I'm not.
He's not. He has me. But go ahead and continue that assumption, princess.
You're a closet homo. That's what it is.
All right, and we're going to cut him before we get the live banned for that kind of speech. And, what are we going to do?
Oh, Dugald is in chat if you want to mod him for this page as well, because he actually has been helping me a lot in chat.
Dugald, mention something in the comments here so I can grab you and make you a mod on this account, because I actually don't know who is a mod on this particular account. I see. I got you here, Dugald. I'm going to get you mod up.
Thank you, CB, for the $20 on Venmo for helping out Annie Nominus. I am so dyslexic.
Dugald, you should be a mod now. And One Love says, that's rude. As soon as people start calling you that, I bet you don't like. I have no clue what that means. Oh well, hey, we got Sarah in the house. Look at Sarah. Get Sarah in here.
I hope she has a backup account in case of anything.
Yeah, Sarah, I hope
we might
you've
get
got a
hit on this
backup
one
account
too.
because they're reporting everyone tonight. I already lost my main account.
Oh, what?
Yeah, Hanji got reported. I got reported. Skits got reported. Everyone's getting reported tonight.
Oh my gosh! Wait, is this not your main account?
No, this is my backup account.
Oh man.
Anyways, guys, listen, if you're not following this account and you think you're following it, drop it a foul. You might not be following it. Also, if you're not following Sarah's account, Leaving Faith, make sure you follow her account. She's awesome. And I tried to get a guest in here and they dropped her. They dropped her already.
They said bye.
Very weak Holy Spirit tonight. CB, thank you for the $20. CB says, help with agent from Annie Anonymous. Annie Anonymous. I appreciate you, Annie. Big W, Annie, for the 20. I appreciate you. So they didn't even let me appeal it. I got a strike added to my account. They reported my live for sexually explicit content, which obviously none of it was. And somehow TikTok was like, sure, that sounds right. Let's ban them. And so I lost my account until the 6th. So we'll see. I might actually just get an agent. I've been avoiding doing it because a lot of them will they'll make sure you post a certain number of times per week. I'm like, I don't want to post 3 times a week. Who's got time for that?
Oh, Gina, thank you for the $15. Get some wine. I felt.
And we're going to need some. But listen.
Oh, Sarah, guess what I got hit with, though?
What happened?
I got hit with criminal activity.
Yeah. Yeah. Hanji. Criminal activity.
Oh my
Hello.
gosh.
Hello.
Maybe I should leave.
It's a den of thieves around here. Welcome in, Mer.
Hello. This is not an alt account. Basically, this is my main account. I just don't use TikTok, but I found you from YouTube.
Oh, well, welcome in.
Thank you
Yeah,
very
I mean,
much.
sorry the main account went down. We're trying to recover here.
No need
On
to
the backup.
apologize, man. It's all good. It's all good.
So, Mer, are you at least 18?
I'm 21, bro.
Fantastic. And are you a believer?
I am a believer in God, correct?
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in the one God, Allah, Islam.
All right. And why do you believe in that God? Were you raised with that God?
I was raised as a Muslim, and doesn't the interesting thing about being a Muslim is you can be raised as a Muslim but still not be classed as one. When you become a Muslim, you have to really find it yourself, if that makes sense.
I'm sure. Yeah. Just make sure that you don't leave the religion, because then they'll execute you. So, what about what evidence do you have that your God is real?
Okay, well, to answer that question, I feel like you need to know a few other things. So you could say the creation itself, which I know you don't really like to accept, but you could also say that
That's not a good
you know,
argument. If I don't believe that creation was created, then that can't be a good starting point for your argument.
that's fine, but what I'm trying to say is think about this, right? It's not just humans that have been created, it's the universe that's been created. Or do you not believe that?
I don't believe the universe was ever created. I think all matter, space, and time that is currently in existence has always been in existence.
Right, so everything was all by chance, all by luck, and you meeting the lady, leaving faith, everything in your life was all just a one-off chance, correct?
Everything is not the right word I would use, but the fact that we exist at all is by chance. Yep.
Okay, so then what's stopping you, right, from living a life of doing whatever you want to do, killing people or anything like that without
Because
thinking there's
I'm not a monster like what your religion purports. Your monstrous religion allows for executing people all the time. So
but it doesn't though.
So you can't say that, like, listen, atheism doesn't have objective morals, because you could just go around unaliving people and nothing's stopping you. Your religion says to go around unaliving people.
It doesn't though.
But that being said, I don't believe that objective morals exist, and I don't need morals to exist objectively for me to not go around unaliving people. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that I've unalived anyone before?
I don't know.
I haven't. I've unalived exactly the same amount of people that I've ever wanted to unalive, which happens to be 0. Why do you
Okay, but
think
that's not-
that I don't want to unalive people?
I'm not saying that, I'm just saying in your
Why do you
eyes,
think that I don't want to unalive people?
let me answer your question this way. Okay, what I'm saying is you believe that when people die, it's just complete darkness, correct?
It's a complete nothingness, but that's not an answer to my question. My question is,
It is,
why
because
do
what
you
I'm saying
think
is,
that
if
I
you were-
don't
if you were to
desire to execute people? Why do you think that's my desire?
I didn't say I think that, I just asked you a question.
Okay, so why do I not have a desire to execute people?
Because that's a wrong thing and you don't want to commit a terrible act.
No, in my worldview, I think morals are subjective. It's because I live in a society in which we come to an agreement on what is appropriate and inappropriate behavior. And we do that by objectively looking at the outcomes of particular behaviors. And we can agree that, like, I don't want to get unalived. Therefore,
So where
it's
do you
in
live?
my benefit to live in a society in which we all agree not to unalive each other. Do you see how that works?
I see how that works, but so where are you from? America, right? Or Canada or something?
Oh, well, I'm not from wherever you are. We don't throw gay people off buildings where I live.
Bro, I'm from the UK. What are you talking about?
I mean, you said you're a Muslim. I'm just guessing. I don't know.
America.
Okay, but just from being Muslims everywhere, there's 2 billion Muslims.
I'm sure,
know?
and there's going to be a lot more soon. I'm positive that, but that has
Look,
nothing
the
to
thing
do
is,
with
yeah,
what
this is
we're
the thing,
talking about. I want to
yeah.
know, why
Through this
do I
talk-
need your God to know that I don't want to unalive people?
Because we believe that our God is going to bring divine justice. And let me
I
just say
know
my
that
point.
you
Let me
believe
just
it.
say my
I'm
point.
asking
Let me
you,
just say my point. I let
why
you say your
do
point. I let
I
you
need
talk.
your
I let you
God
talk.
to
I let you
know?
talk.
I'm not going to let
No.
you talk. It's not your platform. You're going to answer the question.
Oh,
Why
you're
do
like
I
Piers
need
Morgan.
your God to know that I don't want to unalive people?
But you don't. You're asking a stupid question. What
It's
I'm
not a
trying to
stupid question. I'm showing you that I don't need your God to know that I don't want to unalive people.
because it's completely logical to not want to kill people.
Yes,
My
it's.
point
I
was,
agree.
my
It is
point was,
logical. It is
my point was,
logical.
you believe there's a complete
Stop
darkness.
talking. It is logical to not want to unalive others. That is a logical position. And I am a logical thinker. I don't think it is logical or rational to randomly execute people. I don't even think we should be executing criminals.
Cool, don't have to
So,
focus on that.
did I need
Like,
your God to come to that conclusion?
no, and that's not what I'm
Fantastic.
saying.
Okay, so then how does morality have anything to do with your God? Why does your God need to be inserted into this?
Because if you believe that when everyone dies is complete darkness, then there's no difference between killing people all your life or helping people all your life.
There is. Yep, there's a big difference. You want to know why?
No, it's just darkness. You both end in the same result.
Do you want to know why there's a difference?
I know why.
You don't know why, so I'll explain it to you. In my worldview, I
Just
do good
explain.
things to people because I know that I like when people do good things to me.
Hold on.
Everything in life is a subjective experience. So when people do good things to me, I have hormones and I have chemicals in my body that behave in a certain way that says, hey, I like these things. These are good things. So I know that when I do them to other people, they'll like those things as well. And I have enough common sense to know that if there are things that I enjoy, when people compliment me, when people are nice to me, and it makes me feel good, and I like that, then I can do that to somebody else and they'll feel good and they will like that. It's just how humanity works. I don't need your God to know that doing good things to other people produces good results.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the point of life, okay, if there is going to be an afterlife, is that people who do good deserve a reward and people who do wrong deserve a punishment. That is a fact. Like,
that's not a fact.
Imagine, not to you, but to me it is.
It's not. Not even in your religion.
It is. You don't know anything. You said
okay.
that.
We'll talk about your religion. In your religion, do I go to heaven or hell?
That's up to God. I don't know that. How could
in
I know
your
that?
religion, do I go to your heaven or your hell?
In my religion, it states that only God is the person who can dictate where someone goes to hell or heaven. I can't speak for you.
According to your book, do non-believers go to hell? Sorry, go ahead, Platinum.
I was just saying that God tells us specifically. He gives us a warning and a promise to those who do not believe.
What religion do you believe, Flathead?
I'm an atheist. I used to be a Muslim.
You used to be Muslim. Okay, so your point is disbelievers go to hell. That's what you're saying, right?
Does God not say that?
God says people who have learned the religion and disbelieved will go to hell. People who haven't learned anything about the religion, that's only for God to speak for them. So in your case, right, how much do you truly know?
Again,
How much do you truly know about the Quran? How much do you know about it?
I don't know. I know enough to know that it is bullshit.
So exactly, you don't even know anything about it, yet you're
How do you know that I don't know anything about it?
Because you just said you don't know.
No, I said I know enough to know that it's bullshit.
Yeah, and I asked you, what do you know?
Am I on the level of Ibn Uthaymeen? No, I'm not on the level of Ibn Uthaymeen, but I know enough.
Because imagine saying you're a Muslim, but now you're an atheist, and I ask you a question, and you can't even tell me anything about what it says in Islam, apart from the only thing you have said. The only thing you have said. Huh?
It literally says.
Bro, I don't speak Arabic. Okay, so I don't know what that
you don't
means.
speak Arabic.
No, I'm learning the Quran. I'm learning the Quran, and I know for a fact. I know for a fact, right? As a Muslim, I cannot kill people, I cannot harm people, and I have to stay away from doing wrong. And I have to guide people, you know, in a sense that they want to do it themselves. You know, like, you know, when I started this live, the guy said that in Islam it says you can execute people. That's not true. It doesn't say that anywhere in the Quran that you can execute anyone. And that's actually a very wrong thing. It doesn't.
It literally doesn't. Surah At-Tawbah.
You're talking about in Surah At-Tawbah, it's talking about the war when they were being executed and there were slaves. You don't know the context.
No, I know the context because we have the hadith and we have the tafsir. And the hadith and the tafsir.
You're really going to make me pull out Surah At-Tawbah right now.
The hadith and the tafsir of this verse are telling you specifically the context of it, which was to all the disbelievers in the Arabian Peninsula that they had, again, a specific amount of time to either leave or to be unalived or convert.
And what were the disbelievers trying to do to the believers?
None of that. It contains everybody.
They were trying to.
Again, it includes everybody.
Man, look,
it includes everybody.
You need to read the entirety of Surah Tawbah.
I did.
Okay, then that's your choice, man. I'm not trying
again,
to.
I'm telling you. The scholarly consensus is that it includes everybody. This is why it is haram for non-Muslims to be in Arabia.
You're talking about a time of war where people were subjected to torment.
No, because we have in the same verse it says, those who you have peace treaties with, wait until the end of the peace treaties and then drive them out.
Yeah, Mer, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If I don't believe in your God and I still go to heaven, what's the point in believing in your God?
Well, that's a good question, man. But if you
what's the answer? Listen, if I don't believe in your God, but I can go to heaven just by being a good person, why the hell do I care about believing in your thing?
Because if you were to make it to heaven, right, this would be God's choice, which would clearly mean you have somehow deserved it, which is not up to me, you know? So that's the sort of trust that we put in our
That's
God.
not an answer to the question. If I can go to heaven without believing in your God, then why do I care to believe in him?
Because nobody just goes to heaven for no reason. It's
I didn't ask you that. I'm asking about if I can go to heaven for being a good person and not believe in your God, then why do I need your God?
Because Islam teaches you a way to live a good life. It's not
I don't
about,
think so.
but
I
you don't-
disagree. Islam says you can marry and divorce prepubescent women. Do you think it's okay
But
to marry
Islam
6-year-olds
also-
and consummate marriages at age 9?
But you can't marry 6-year-olds. And
Muhammad did.
No, he didn't. And
Yes,
first
he
of
did.
all- No, he
Yes, he
didn't.
did.
There's no. Oh wow! So we're going there. There's actually. I've looked into this. There's
No, you
plenty of
haven't.
videos- I have. There's plenty of videos on YouTube that go into.
I
the,
do not care about your YouTube videos.
but I didn't even recommend you one. See, look, through this whole thing, have I
Because
disrespected you once?
we do not need your YouTube videos
I've
because we
been-
have this scholarly opinion. We have Ibn Uthaymeen, we have Ibn Baz, all of them, the contemporary and the Athari scholars say that she was 9. There is no contention with it at all except on modern day TikTok.
She was 9, but then you can look into the life of Aisha after the Prophet died.
Yeah, she was
And what-
9. To say it again,
lived
she
till
was
18
9.
while he was alive. She was
She
18 when
wasn't
he
9.
died.
She wasn't 9.
He was 9.
She wasn't 9.
So the
He was
hadiths
behind.
are wrong. The hadith that she spoke is wrong.
Well, there are hadiths that said she's 12. There are hadiths that said she was 9, 17. What about in the Bible where it
There are
says
no hadith that said she was 17.
What about
All of them say
in
she
the
was
Bible?
16.
That's a lie.
What
All of them
about
say
in the
she was-
Bible? What about
I
in the
don't,
Bible?
I don't
where it
care
says-
about the Bible. I'm not a Christian.
Yeah, because what my point is, all these books were at a time of life where things were completely different. You know, you're
So
trying to say,
so it was okay to consummate a marriage with a 9-year-old because things were different then?
but you're talking as if Aisha was forced. She was never forced.
I never said she
wanted
was
to marry.
forced, but children cannot
You can be
consent.
forced.
But she wasn't like a
Children
child, like a child
cannot
now.
consent.
And the thing is
She
just
was
that
not
she
a
can be
child.
forced.
She was
not
9
a
when
child
she.
in her mind.
It
You have to
literally says she
understand,
was
right?
6 when she was married. Mer,
It's 6, but what? So you're
can
full believer-
6-year-olds consent?
First of all, there's no proper hadith to say that she was 6. That's
It,
just
it quite literally does. Narrated by Aisha.
Okay, if you
Should
were
we
to
read it?
believe-
I could put it on the screen. Sahih
Of course you can read it.
Abukhari.
It's out there.
Not a single
My
one
point is,
says she was anything other
if
than
you
6
can
and 7.
read hadiths, if you can read
I'll just
hadiths
read it
and
for you,
believe-
Mer, since
then
you
won't
weren't paying
believe.
attention. So in Sahih Abukhari 5134, it says the Prophet married her when she was 6 years old, and he consummated his marriage when she was 9 years old.
Yep. And
So
then we have one
this-
in Muslim which says she was 7.
That's right. And this is narrated by Aisha according to the actual hadith. So do you believe in the hadiths or not?
I believe in certain hadiths. not
Oh,
all
so
of
you
them.
just pick and choose the ones you like?
I believe in the ones that are agreed upon by all of the
This is agreed
scholars
upon.
of Islam.
This is agreed upon.
But I've watched countless videos, which of course
I
you
don't
won't
care what
respect.
videos we have. Again,
Yeah,
the
cool,
Imam
you won't
of the
respect
which
it.
agree
That's
upon
fine.
this.
You won't respect
No, no.
it. That's fine.
Okay.
But what
But
I'm
we
saying,
have Abu Hanifa and Ahmed ibn Hanbal and Shafi al-Maliki, and you're telling me, oh, look at this video.
I haven't told you to look at any video. I've said what I've watched.
Again, if we have a video and then we have the opinion of Imam Malik, who do we take?
But if we have the video online that I've seen of the Malik, then of course I'm going to believe my video. I'm not going to believe your video.
Listen, your voice is never going to be as cool as M's. Don't try.
You have a video of Imam Malik.
Listen, M.
Did you say you have a video of Imam Malik?
Listen,
Hey, hold on, gentlemen.
Yes,
Don't come for my Habibi. Leaving Faith, do you know who this person is in chat? Sammy Sousa? Because I'll block his ass right now.
Oh, is someone in chat causing trouble?
Harassing her about blocking him. Obviously, there's a reason she blocked you on her main account. I don't know why you're here being a stalker. It's gross.
Yeah, guys, don't. When Sarah's live, she's not blocking anybody. In fact, I'm a moderator for her live. If you're getting blocked, it's because I blocked your ass. So you can come cry at me. You can get in my guest box and defend the BS that you're spewing. Sarah doesn't block anybody. She's just out here doing Doug's work. All right. So what were you saying, M?
He said that we have a video of Imam Malik. You have a video on YouTube of Imam Malik.
I didn't say I have a video of Imam Malik. I was just imitating your voice. What I was trying to say was that there are your videos that you have watched, my videos.
No, those are not videos. Those are scholarly books by the Salaf.
Okay, what about Omar Suleiman? He is a scholar of Islam.
Omar Suleiman is nobody compared to the four Imam of the Madhab.
Omar Suleiman is a Hafiz.
We have the Salaf. We have the I don't care if he's a Hafiz, he's a Hafiz. The Imam are Hafaz.
Bro, I literally always let you speak and you never let me speak.
The Imam were Hafaz. You're telling me, oh, look at this random guy today. No, he's not anybody. We have the four Imam who are. Again, we have the Salaf. So we have the Salaf and we have Omar Suleiman.
Has done Hafiz, he's a Hafiz, and has done full extent of research of the Bible and of Islam.
Omar Suleiman is not an Islamic scholar.
Huh?
Omar Suleiman is not an Islamic scholar.
He is a scholar of Islam.
No. What are the conditions of being a scholar?
I don't know, but I know that he's a scholar.
I don't know what a scholar is, but I know he's one. There you go.
Like I said before, I'm still learning. I'm still learning. So you guys act like I'm supposed to know every question. I don't. But what I do know is that Islam offers you a peaceful life in which it doesn't. If you do good deeds, you will be rewarded.
But why are you guys so violent?
But we're not violent.
Why are you guys flying planes in the buildings?
But that was the U.S. government. Everyone knows that.
The U.S. government didn't do that. No, people that believe your faith got into planes, hijacked them, and flew them in the buildings. Why are your people who believe your faith so violent?
Wait, you still don't know that was an Israeli attack on the U.S.
It wasn't an Israeli attack. No,
there's literally a an army document stating that.
There's literally not. So this guy does research on YouTube, which is why I'm not surprised that he's a truther. Does jet fuel get hot enough to melt steel beams?
But of course I'm not going to know that.
Can jet fuel melt steel beams?
Why would am I like a genius in jet fuel?
I'm testing your truther knowledge.
I don't know that answer.
Okay, so you're not a good truther. You would have found that one by now. Okay, so no, it wasn't an inside job. The people that believe the same nonsense you believe did that, which is why right now in the East they're running around subjugating women. They're causing fights and wars over their religion. Why is so much violence in your religion?
I can answer that question. Why is there so much violence in my religion? Right, but how did Muslims attacking, if it was Muslims, like you say, attacking the trade center, how did it benefit any Muslim when now all you see are Muslims being subjected to American war and Israeli torture through like Lebanon, Afghanistan? Who's suffering in the world?
Listen, Muslims. Just because your guys' violence is stupid doesn't mean that didn't happen.
Yeah, so the question is, why would they do it then?
Because they're dumb. They wanted to be drawn into a war.
No, nobody wants to just get bombed all the time. I don't know.
I know, but they didn't put that into account. They were terrorists.
They weren't. Okay, wait. The people who committed 9/11, yeah, they're terrorists, but they weren't Muslims. And
they were
Muslims. Who are you to say that they're not Muslims?
Who are you to say that they are?
Because they say they are.
They said they were.
In Islam, if somebody says they're Muslim,
the U.S. government.
In Islam, if someone says
Osama
they're
bin
Muslim,
Laden.
only a jurist
This
can say that
TikTok
they're
is
not.
definitely going to get flipping shut down if we carry on talking about 9/11.
Fine.
What's it? So we need to be careful with that. But you need to definitely do your research because
I did. I've done my research. I live in the country where it happened.
all I've seen is research of how the building should not
You
have been able
haven't.
to
You
fall.
have not seen research. You saw really dumb YouTube videos.
I've seen people who work as archaeologists and they say that should
Archaeologists. You mean
Yeah.
architects?
architects, sorry, that say the building should never have fell down the way it did from those plans.
I disagree. I actually know architects that don't agree with that. Like personal, actual people in my real life that are architects.
Okay, what about Building 7?
What about it?
That literally just dropped. It had few bombs and then just dropped. You
We
telling me
are
that's
too far away from the topic. Let's rewind. Scrap this conversation because we just got the live started. Let's go back to the topic at hand, please.
Can I just say how interesting it is that even though this discussion is about a totally different religion than Christianity, the flow of the conversation and the arguments are almost identical.
Yep.
It's amazing.
It's true. But that's because the Injil was revealed to Jesus, and we believe that the original Injil was actually the first Bible, which as a Muslims we would have followed as well. But
You don't believe the words of Jesus.
We do believe the original words
You
of
don't believe the words of Jesus. You believe that the New Testament is corrupted.
No. Justin.
Cameron, thank you for the dollar on Venmo. Let's blame the building.
I'm going to explain something really quickly. More. Do you believe the current Bible has any of the words of God left?
Yes.
Okay. When the Bible came down, was it the verbatim word of God in the same way the Quran is?
Bro, your voice too deep for me to understand that question. Say that again.
When the Bible came down, was it the verbatim word of God in the same way the Quran is?
Bro, what? Say that one more time.
When the Bible came down, was it the word of God?
The Injil, yes, it was. Yeah.
There was the literal word of God.
Injil was the word.
In the same way the Quran is.
Revealed to Jesus. Yeah.
Yes, in the same way the Quran is.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Justin, you have a degree in theology, Christian theology.
Sure
is
do.
the Bible, at any point of the Bible, is it ever speaking as if God is the author of the thing being written?
Yeah, quite often. In fact, in the book of Deuteronomy, Leviticus, Numbers, it literally says that God spoke to Moses on the mountain.
No, that is not what I'm asking.
Oh.
It says God spoke to Moses, but is it God saying something like in the sense that God is writing it?
No, God. The only thing God wrote, according to the book, are the 10 Commandments on the tablets.
And it is quoted. It is not written in the Bible by God. It is
That's right.
quoted to have been
None
written.
of it's written by God. Nope.
Exactly. But the Quran claims
we don't have the original Injil.
Let me finish my point. The Quran claims that the Bible came down as the verbatim word of God, as if God was the author of the book. But every time we open the Bible, it is written by different people, and they happen to quote God sometimes. It is not written by God. So for you to say that the Bible has been corrupted to this degree, to where it is no longer the word of God, you would have to say the entire Bible has been replaced, not parts of it have been corrupted. The entire book would have been replaced.
So I can support that claim. That's why we as Muslims don't.
No, I'm asking you. You said that parts of it is still the word of God. If the word of God in this context would have been the literal verbatim authored word of God, but we do not find that in the Bible, then you would have to say the Bible has been replaced, not just corrupted.
Yeah. It has been, yeah.
The Bible has been
I
replaced
believe that.
entirely.
I believe that it's been replaced, but they've kept
entirely replaced.
But you don't know that, and I don't know that.
I'm asking you. It has to be, since we do not have the authored word of God in the Bible.
And I'm telling you that it has been replaced, but they've definitely kept. They've definitely kept verses that were in the Injil, and that's true.
None of it is spoken by God. None of the verses that exist today have been claimed to be spoken by God. It is only quoting God.
Right, but what I'm telling you is this is not the original Injil. So
exactly, my point is it's been entirely replaced. If we do not find God's exact words, we only find references or quotes of God's words, then it is at best an interpretation of the Bible. At best.
Yes,
not the
that's
actual
correct.
Bible. The problem is, when we open up the Quran, God refers to it as the Bible and the Torah. Even though it is an interpretation of it, at best. Why does God not know his own book has been entirely replaced by an interpretation?
Wait, you're saying in the Quran it's referred to as the Bible when
it is referred to as the Gospels and the Torah.
Yeah.
So
But
if it is referred to, if a book
the-
that doesn't have anything of the original is being referred to as the original by God, wouldn't that tell you that God doesn't know that it's been replaced?
Where in the Quran does it say the Bible is the original word of God?
No, it doesn't say that the Bible is the original word of God. It says it's been replaced.
Yeah, but
Or it's
okay,
been corrupted.
why are we going in circles?
It says
Because
it's been corrupted.
Because you're not listening, Mur.
The problem, Justin, am I making sense?
Yes.
Did you understand my argument?
Okay,
Yeah.
My
Justin.
point is-
Yep.
my point
Mur,
is,
do you
if
understand
have
the
a book-
points of his argument? Do you understand what he's trying to say?
If you have a book, and the entire book has been replaced, but the author is unable to recognize that it is no longer his book, and he's still referring to it by the name that he gave his book, wouldn't that tell you that the author doesn't know that it's been replaced?
even though it has said it has been replaced.
No, he said that it's been corrupted, but it still has the truth. This is why he tells them to look within it.
You're trying to force the point of saying that we have to discredit the entire Bible, correct?
Yes, you have to, because if you do not have to, show me a single verse in the Bible which is claimed to be literally authored by God.
But what I'm trying to say is, and I understand what you're saying, okay, but what I'm trying to say is, it's definitely been replaced, changed, or whatever, but they've had to copy it and change it from an original, of course. So from that original, like you said, there are going to be verses in there which show that.
Exactly, we do not find that.
But we do find verses that have come to be true, like
No, we have verses that have come to be true in the same sense that I can quote the Quran, but I wouldn't be, what I say about the Quran isn't going to be the Quran. I can quote God. In the same way that I can say, God said, Justin is going to hell. I can say that. That doesn't mean what I said is the words of God. In the same way, the Bible wouldn't be the words of God. It would be the interpretation at the very best. According to your theology, it would be the interpretation of the word of God. But your Quran claims it is the word of God. Why?
No, the Quran has said that it has come to confirm all previous scripture.
I know.
Which is what it did.
This is the problem.
It didn't confirm it if it says it's completely corrupted.
This is the problem. It doesn't exist anymore.
No, but to the people that that the Quran was revealed to, it did confirm.
Hold on, just
previous-
1 second, gentlemen. Justin Haytheist is in the request.
Haytheist Destroyer finally decided to show up.
Yes.
It only took him about 3 months.
Do you want me to bring him up and just have him mute up for a second?
Listen, Mur's
Before
already
he
cooked.
runs?
Let's bring in the Haytheist Destroyer. Mur
Okay.
has
Sorry,
absolutely
Mur.
nothing.
This is we've been trying to get this guy in here for I
tried
don't even
anyway. Take
remember
care,
how long.
guys. Good luck to you. Good luck to you.
Cheers, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think Mur had anything.
He didn't. M's with the win.
Big win for M. Guys,
Big
make sure
win,
you drop an
Habibi.
M. Make sure you drop an M a follow. Weird that Frank. Thank you for the $6.66. Frank says, "I call this guy sanctimonious religious zealot," or is that too far? No, I actually don't think that is too far. I think that's actually the truth of the matter. All right, we got the Haytheist Destroyer trying to connect here. How much you want to bet he accidentally requested? He was in the guest queue, but he can't seem to connect.
He pointed out that Checkers looks suspiciously like Doug.
Big W for Checkers. That's just because Doug's creation is visible right in front of you.
And made in his
praise
image.
Doug. Made in the image of Doug. I agree. Checkers is made in the image of Doug. Praise Doug.
It's like a fucking cult, I swear.
Haytheist Destroyer, just so you're aware, this is being recorded and he's gone. This is recorded on YouTube for all of eternity. I'm going to clip this. And then every time you say that I'm too afraid to take you, I'm going to show you running from my live.
Oh, thank you, China, for the trash panda, for which I am.
Big W for Trash Pan. Let's see if we can get another guest in here. Yeah, big W for Checkers. I agree. Praise Doug.
What are we bringing up now? Is it that Darius guy?
Let me
Yes.
check. Various towns. Oh, have you seen this guy?
I'm gonna leave it at that.
Backslider. I don't think No Degree Required is ever coming back. Because every conversation he has somehow always goes back to biblical slavery, and then he gets cooked on slavery every time he shows up. That's like the only topic he ever wants to talk about. And then he makes lies about what scholars say about it. That's right, F. Dot. Atheist Destroyer let us all down. Bring Murr back up. Yeah, I was having a good time watching Murr get destroyed by M, and I thought we were going to get another guest in here that could give us a little more meat on the bone, as they say. Then it didn't work out. Written, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you for having me on your. What is this? Is this just your live feed or a podcast or?
Yeah. It's
cool.
It's just a TikTok stream. Okay, so are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yes and yes.
Fantastic. And which God do you believe in?
I actually believe in the God of the Bible.
Okay. Do you believe that Jesus is the Messiah?
I do. I guess I do. Yeah. Yes.
So you're a Christian?
Yes, I am.
Sure. And did you just talk to my friend Joel a couple minutes ago?
Yes. Maybe. Yeah. I did.
Yeah. Did it go well?
Yeah, it really did. He was really cool,
Spilled the
actually.
tea right fucking now.
Not bad at all.
Did he convert to Christianity?
No, I didn't expect him to, though.
Okay, fantastic. So what would be the best evidence or the best argument for why your God is real?
Well, I would say I believe in the Bible, so I believe the scriptures themselves are the best evidence for me. But the fact that
can you put some meat on that bone? How are the scriptures evidence?
I believe that the Bible is God breathed, and that God.
I'm sure you believe that, but I want to know how the scriptures are evidence.
Well, because it tells such amazing stories, and then we find those evidences in the world.
Like what?
Like the Red Sea crossing, for example. Millions of people saved from Egypt, and they wander through the desert into Saudi Arabia or wherever they went.
What's the evidence that happened?
We see outstanding evidence where they crossed, because there was a
like where
at the what they call the Red Sea crossing.
Okay, and what did they find down there, and who found it?
There was a gentleman by the name of Ron Wyatt who first kind of went out there in the 80s, I think.
Yeah, I know about Ron Wyatt. Yeah, where did he publish his findings?
Well, I mean, I can't confirm or deny any of this, but
I can deny all of it, because Ron Wyatt wasn't a real archaeologist, and he never published any of his findings, and he never brought a single thing up from the Red Sea. And do you know that he wasn't even looking in the right sea? In the Bible, it says Yam Suf, which is Hebrew for sea of reeds. The word for red in Hebrew would have been Edom. So it'd be Yam Adom if it was the Red Sea, but it's not Yam Adom, it's Yam Suf. So he wasn't even looking in the right place.
Well, I didn't know that, actually, so I guess I have to look into that for real.
Sure.
But no, back to your question though. You wanted to know what my best evidence is for the existence of God.
Well, your specific God, because I already believe in a God, and
my God, right on.
His name's Doug.
Oh, okay, right on. Cool.
And you can see Doug; he's real. He's not imaginary.
Cool. Well, can I speak to Doug?
You can speak to him. Yeah.
Do you mind?
Yeah, he's right here.
Doug, dude, I've got one very simple question, dude. Well, first off, I'm unbelievably honored. First off, and here's my quick question. I know you're probably very busy and have all kinds of things to do, but how are you doing today? Very simple. We just want to hear how that's going for you.
He's doing well.
Yeah, he's mute. Your God is mute.
Oh, make your God speak then.
Well, I believe that my God spoke life into existence in Genesis chapter 1.
I'm sure you believe that. Can you make your God speak right now?
No, I can't make him speak.
So your God's mute.
That would be well, he said not to tempt him, and that's tempting the Lord.
That's not at all tempting the Lord. When Gideon asked the fleece to be moist when he woke up, was that tempting God?
I'll tell you one thing, Doug is getting a lot of the ladies moist in chat.
Because Doug's always rock hard. Doug will never be flaccid for you, my friends. Doug is the rock of our salvation. He is strong and mighty.
Oh, Sarah, buckle up, Buttercup, because this is every other day.
Well, I honestly, I can't. I believe that God exists because the earth shows His handiwork, right? So
No,
we
that's
see.
Doug's handiwork.
Oh well, I mean, I don't think that Doug is all powerful.
Oh, well, I
And
don't
I
think that
don't
your
think.
God exists at all, much less all powerful. What's the evidence that your God is real?
Well, that's a good question. I believe that my God has control over the fine tuning of the universe. I know you've probably
No,
heard that
Doug does.
before. Okay.
You see how easy this
Well,
is? You can just literally insert anything you want into these arguments. It can be Allah, it can be Doug, it could be the Tooth Fairy. These are all nonsense arguments. I want to know how you know that your specific God is real.
I mean, morals. I believe that God created morals. My God
I
created
don't.
morality, and
I don't.
so
Why do you think that your God
well,
created morals when I can read you the morals from your book and you're going to hate them? You're going to hate them. Have you read God's laws?
I mean, I know that many of them are
Barbaric? Horrible?
I'll be honest, I don't know a lot of them, but I know that there are some that are,
Atrocities of mankind?
questionable at least.
Why is God giving questionable commands? Is God not all knowing? He doesn't know that it's objectively wrong to do something? Like, do you think it's objectively wrong to own people as property?
Sure, of course. I mean, own them as property. Yeah, yeah. I believe it's
Okay,
horrible to mistreat people
so was it
and
objectively wrong
enslave
when God
them.
said you can do it?
No, because he wasn't talking about the same kind of a subjective slavery that you're talking about.
You sure about that? You want to make a bet on it? If
I mean, I'm not a gambler.
if you win, I'll send you a galaxy. If I win, you send me a galaxy.
What's the well, I can't do that, man. I'm sorry, but what's the premise? Of course, I'm sorry about that.
The
Go
premise
ahead.
is very easy, that the God you believe in said that owning other people as property is okay. In Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, it says, "As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born into your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property forever. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness." So there you go. You can own slaves. They're your inherited property. So
I
is
see.
slavery objectively moral, or is it objectively immoral?
Well, I think you're missing a fundamental thing here. The slavery described in Leviticus was fundamentally different from the race-based chattel slavery that we are, that we
Okay,
should rightfully condemn
so
today.
it's okay to own people as property as long as it's not race-based.
No, I'm talking about the kind of slavery that we know about today
I'm
is
asking you,
wickedness.
what's the difference?
The
What is
slavery.
the difference between the Atlantic slave trade and what God says you can do? Because the only thing you've mentioned so far is that the
Hey,
Atlantic slave
fair
trade was
question.
race-based.
Fair question. It was more akin to like indentured servitude,
Okay,
usually voluntary.
well, that's not true. So in indentured servitude, how long do you serve?
Well, yes, it is, because it was often like done as a way to pay debts
Okay,
or with
Apostate, thank
strict
you so
protections.
much for the
Or
balloons.
That was dope.
Big W. Okay,
Good start, nerd.
when you're an indentured servant, are you serving for a period of years or are you serving for life?
a period of years.
That's right. Okay.
But
And
it
and
was,
if you're not
yeah.
serving for a period of years, if you're serving for life, you are in fact a slave, right?
I mean, you choose every few
Well, I didn't
years
say
if
anything
you
about
wanted to stay.
choosing. That's not accurate at all. So I'll just read you the passage again. It says, you may keep
That's not
them
true.
as
That's
a
not true. That's
possession.
not true.
You may keep them
Leviticus
as a
is
possession.
incorrect.
You're just embarrassing yourself when you keep talking. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property forever. When you are somebody's property forever, you are a slave. Thank you so much, Gabe Posse. I appreciate the money gun. So tell me again how these were indentured servants and not slaves.
Well, because they had strict protections for the servants.
Like what?
Protections like you couldn't beat your servant. You couldn't.
No, you can beat them.
No, you couldn't.
Yep, I'll read you the passage
And actually,
next.
and
These
actually,
these Christians that haven't read the book,
they were
just
not allowed to be
constantly,
treated harshly.
literally just constantly owning themselves left and right. Exodus 21 verses 20 and 21 says, when a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave is unalived immediately, the owner shall be punished. But if the slave survives for a day or two, there's no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property. So you can definitely beat them with a rod. You just can't execute them with a rod.
And it was definitely race-based because Gentiles were anyone who wasn't Hebrew.
Yep.
Oh, meerkat! It's so cute.
The
Oh, you
meerkat
got
is
Dia
cute.
de los Muertos face. It was adorable.
So you can own slaves for life. They are your property, and you can beat them with a rod, and you can treat them severely. In fact, we just read that in Leviticus 25:46. It says that you can treat them like slaves, but you can't treat your fellow Israelites ruthlessly, meaning you can treat the foreigners ruthlessly. How did he get muted? I didn't mute him. Honey, did you mute him?
I did, so you can go ahead and read the passage because he kept talking over you.
Oh,
There he
okay,
goes.
yeah.
Welcome. Okay, so you can own slaves for life, and you can beat them. That's slavery.
I mean, I disagree. I disagree.
You disagree
The scriptures
owning
say that.
another human being as property for life isn't slavery?
I believe that the scriptures say in Leviticus 25:43 that you are not allowed to treat your slaves or servants harshly.
Oh,
and
you're going to
if
hate
they were
this.
injured, and if they were injured, they had to be freed. Exodus 21:26-27.
Well, that's not if they were injured. That's if you knock out a Hebrew servant's eye or tooth, and that's disconnected from what it's saying in Leviticus 25, because Leviticus 25 addresses both foreign and Hebrew slaves. But since you brought up Leviticus 25, listen to what it says starting in verse 39. It's talking about Hebrews, not about foreigners. So if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee, because they're Israelites. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority, and they shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For they are my servants who I brought out of the land of Egypt, because they're Israelites. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but you shall fear God. So it's saying you shouldn't rule over the Hebrews harshly. And then the very next verse explains who you can rule over harshly, and it's the foreigners. As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire them. So you just can't mistreat your Hebrew slaves. Thank you, Dagda, for all the hand hearts.
Well, I mean, you're being disingenuous when you say you can assault your slaves and then not mention this passage in Exodus 21:26-27, where rather, actually, in this case, if you have an injured slave and or servant, you had to let them go. And so we have to remember that,
Hebrew,
at least.
Does it say injured?
Well, and see, it's the tooth thing or the other item there. I
Does
could
it
remember
say?
exactly, so that's why I'm
Does
using
it
the word injured.
say? Does it say if you injure your slave, they get to go free?
Well, I mean, to be clear, it says that they were to be freed.
If you injure them,
And
or if you knock out the eye or a tooth of your Hebrew slave.
if you knocked out those things of a Hebrew slave, then they had to be freed.
If you
Either
knocked out
way,
the eye or the
regardless,
tooth of a Hebrew slave, they went free.
yeah,
And why did they get to go free?
I couldn't remember specifically, but that's my point.
Dagda, thank you for all the ghosts. They get to go free because they're not real slaves.
The
They're
slave is
indentured
free.
servants. So the
The
reason why they
the
get to go
servant is
free
free.
when you knock out their eye or their tooth is because they're not actually slaves. They are indentured servants. They get their freedom
That hits your
early.
goal.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate all the ghosts, Dagda. So they get to go free early because they're just indentured servants.
Okay, so I still think you're totally misinterpreting that slavery as in what we define slavery as in today. We've
What
got
is
this
the
horrible
punishment for
image of
beating your
slavery.
slave?
You could be punished for beating your slave.
What is
Actually,
the punishment for beating your slave?
I don't remember specifically.
Because there's not a punishment. There's a punishment for purposely executing your slave, but you're not punished if you beat your slave severely and then they are later accidentally unalived. It's presumed to be an accident. So you can beat your slave. You can beat him very severely. The question is why should we be allowed to own slaves at all? Even if the Bible said you can own slaves, but just don't beat them very severely, why is that any better? Why are we allowed to own other people as property?
You're not supposed to own them as property like you own a tea kettle.
God
you have
said
to
you can do
treat
it.
them with
God
with dignity.
said
You're not permitted to
you
beat them.
can
You're not
do
permitted.
it.
You have to release them
literally
at the
stop lying. Stop lying. We just read the passage that
Stop
said you can beat them.
interrupting me. Let me finish.
We
Let me
just
finish.
read the passage that said you can beat them.
Let me finish though. You have to release them on the Jubilee year.
Not if they're foreigners.
Words mean words, guest.
Only Hebrews went free on the Jubilee. Said in Leviticus 25 that your foreign slaves are permanent slaves forever.
Well, I mean, that's a vast difference than God is telling everybody that you're allowed to have slaves altogether.
He said you can do it.
You're being disingenuous. You're being disingenuous, Justin.
You're being disingenuous. The book says that you can make slaves and you can own them for life and you can treat them harshly.
So
the ones who didn't go free was everyone else. The only people who went free was the Hebrews, and even the women weren't allowed to be free. Only the men.
Saying that the Bible doesn't condone slavery is disingenuous. This is embarrassing. Did Joel cook you as bad as you're getting cooked right now?
It doesn't condone abusing people.
Oh, for sure.
I never said anything about condoning abusing people. I said, does it condone owning people as property?
Well, I'm just clarifying that because
does it
you're making it sound
owning
really
other
horrible.
human beings as property?
Because it is horrible. Owning another person is wrong, period. I don't give a shit what time period it is. And you guys are always loving to say, oh, that's the Old Testament. Oh, that happened back then. But yet you're following a book that was written back then. So what's the point? Why even follow it?
Right. Does the text condone owning other people as property? Yes or no?
I got
Big W for the witch.
All Hallows Eve. Because it's All Hallows Eve, that's the job for tonight.
Written, are you going to answer my question? It's a very easy yes or no. Did the book condone owning other human beings as property?
It does not condone ownership of people.
Okay, so when it says that you may keep them as a possession, that doesn't mean that.
Mm-hmm.
What's a possession?
It does not mean that you can They become indentured servants. They're
It
different.
didn't say
and you have
that.
to
It
treat them.
says
You have
you
to
may
treat
keep
them
them
like
as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. That's slavery, my man. You're being disingenuous.
he's saying I think you're misunderstanding it because you don't have the you don't know what
Is it
you're saying here
mistranslated?
with
It says
this.
you may keep them as a
You're
possession for your children after you, for
It's
them
not.
to
It's not
inherit
at all.
as property. What is property written?
It's not
What
it's
is
not
property?
mistranslated.
It's not mistranslated.
It's what you it's what you own. It's what you have in your ownership.
Which
Yes.
word is mistranslated here, and when did you learn Hebrew?
It's not about that. You're misunderstanding it.
You said it was mistranslated just now.
Do you mistreat
said,
your own
you
property?
said it was mistranslated just now.
Brother, you have to let me finish a thought.
I
my man.
literally
Dude,
don't. I'm asking you a simple question,
you
and the reason why
despise me so much.
the
you
reason
won't let
why
me
I keep talking over you is because you refuse to answer questions. And he's gone.
That was boom.
I've never listen. When I used to go and when I was a Christian and I would debate atheists, every single time they asked me a question, you know what I did? I answered the damn question. That's the whole
You
point.
ain't no bitch. Sorry.
That's literally the whole point of having a discussion, is that so you can have some questions back and forth to ascertain what the book actually says. All right, listen, guys. It's 10:30. Bitter truth, you're not getting up. You're never getting up. You're a lost cause. You're a waste. Nobody likes hearing you. Every time you get up, somebody sends you a Zeus or something.
Damn.
My battery is about to die because I don't have like a rig to put it in, and I can't use TikTok Studio. We'll see. I'm gonna. Yeah, if somebody knows of a good agent I can get so that I can get my main account unbanned, let me know. Send me the name of your agent. I might test
Eric
one
said
out
he's gonna
here.
send you his.
What's that, M?
Eric said he's going to send you his.
Oh, perfect.
Eric, yeah. I also keep hearing Nebula Agency, like they don't ask for anything. They just have you go live a certain amount of times a month.
That's easy.
But I don't know. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, I'll check them out. But yeah, if you know of anyone, send me a DM. Let me know. Not on this account. This account is a backup. I don't check my DMs here. I've got hundreds of DMs that I've never checked because
Same.
people think this is my main
backup.
account. Go to my main account and DM me. I think your user is Nebula. I'll have to give Nebula a check. But these types of interruptions in the debate because people are in their fifis and they can't stop reporting people is nonsense. So we'll try to put it to rest. That being said, it's Wednesday. Is it Wednesday night? It's Wednesday night.
It is.
We'll be live again on Friday night. I don't know if we're going to be live on the main account or the backup account. I'm going to try to get TikTok Live Studio access on my backup account. And we'll go from there. But if I get it on my backup account, I think I have to use TikTok Studio on my backup account a certain number of times within like the first 90 days, or else I lose it. It's weird. We'll do what we can. But guys, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, we'll figure it out. M, thank you so much for being here. You are the final boss for all Muslim discussions.
Did you understand my argument though?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's the same as the ship argument. How much of a ship do you have to replace until it's not the same ship anymore? If the entire book is replaced, why is God referring to it as his book?
Right. He didn't understand the argument at all.
Nope. It is painful.
Guys, also make sure you're following my YouTube. On Friday night, I'm going to be posting a long-form video. It's going to be an interview with Dr. Josh Bowen, and I've got some more interviews that I'm editing that I'm going to be posting on the YouTube channel. So make sure you're linked up to my YouTube. It's in my link.